The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communications from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 18, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Dale W. Strong to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the House on January the 9th, 2024, the chair will recognize members from a list submitted by the majority and minority leader for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognizing between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leader, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but shall not debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the president of the Village of Hinsdale, Illinois, Thomas Cawley, Jr., who will be retiring at the end of this year. President Cawley is currently serving his fourth term and previously served on the Village of Hinsdale's board for 2 years. He's a graduate of the University of Illinois College of Law. As a lawyer, he has had a successful career representing numerous entities and is now head of his own law firm. As president of Hinsdale, he played an essential role in ensuring its residents have a local government connected to the community and responsive to resident needs. Thank you, President Cawley, for the critical work you've done to transform lives and honorably represent the Village of Hinsdale. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, I lost a friend, mentor, and a man who cared about making Chicago and Chicagoland a better, more livable location, Dr. David C. Perry. David was an urban planner who spent the last 12 years of his life leading the Great Cities Institute at the University of Illinois at Chicago and bridging the gap across academia, community, and practice. When I enrolled in the master's program in urban planning at UIC, Professor Perry was one of my favorites. His belief in involving and informing communities to help address the problems they faced had an important impact in my professional development. And it's a concept I've consistently practiced as an elected official. He was a prolific writer who addressed topics like economic development, race, politics, urban violence, and public infrastructure in American cities. Professor Perry will be sorely missed. My wife and I are thinking about his wife, Judy, his children, and grandchildren during this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of a great friend and community activist, Fred Lee Adams, who passed away on November 24th. Fred was born in segregated Mississippi in 1934 and later moved to Chicago. Having experienced the worst of Jim Crow growing up, Fred became an organizer looking to improve the conditions of his community in Chicago. He became a part of the Corkery Elementary School's Men's Club, a group of mentors who organized sports teams in school in my neighborhood of Little Village in North Lawndale. In 1982, Fred joined my friend and community leader, Rudy Lozano, and me as a member of the 22nd Ward Independent Political Organization, and he remained one of its core members. The following year, together, we worked to elect the first black mayor of Chicago, Harold Washington. Fred continued working to help elect presidents, mayors, governors, state senators, aldermen, and congressmen until his death. I believe some of the strongest brotherhoods are forged in the heat of fighting for our communities and in the struggle for social justice. Fred L. Adams was my brother, and he will live in my memory forever. Mr. Speaker, today I celebrate the 40th anniversary of PACE, the public transportation agency that provides bus and paratransit services in the Chicago metro area. For many in the suburbs, it is the only mode of transportation. For 4 decades, PACE has been a vital part of our public transportation network in the region, offering safe and efficient services that connects communities, reduces traffic, and promotes environmental sustainability. As ridership surges to its highest level since the pandemic, reaching more than 2 million riders in October, PACE is expanding service hours and frequency in Cook, DuPage, and Lake counties. As a member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee and co-founder of the Futures of Transportation Caucus, I believe that riders have the right to affordable and environmentally responsible transit options like PACE to get to their jobs, schools, and homes. I look forward to PACE's future innovations, improvements, and expansions, and congratulate them on their 40th anniversary. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize a few of my distinguished colleagues on the House Committee on Agriculture. These colleagues have been invaluable teammates in our fight for America's farmers and ranchers, but there are also colleagues who will be moving on to other adventures next year. First, a gentleman from Missouri, Mark Alford, representing the 4th District, a former news anchor and now the host of Alford's America radio show. Congressman Alford is a megaphone for Missouri's #1 industry, agriculture. I was fortunate enough to visit the Missouri State Fair with Mr. Alford last year, and I know he will continue to be a fighter for America's farmers and ranchers. Next, Congresswoman Lori Chavez DeRemer from Oregon's 5th District. Congresswoman Chavez DeRemer graciously hosted the Agriculture Committee in her district for one of our Farm Bill listening sessions, which provided us with critical producer input crucial to drafting of the committee's Farm Bill. Tapped by President Trump to serve as the next Secretary of Labor, I know she will do great things, and I wish Congresswoman Chavez DeRemer the very best. Congressman John Duarte brought his firsthand experience as a California farmer to our committee in a pivotal year for our nation's farmers and ranchers. In what some have called a perfect poster child for the regulatory issues we need fixed. Mr. Duarte came in the crosshairs of Obama administration's regulatory state due to the overreaching waters of the United States definition. In a way only possible in America, Mr. Duarte ultimately earned a spot in Congress and a seat on the Agriculture Committee, where he was able to vote to rescind the Biden administration's flawed WOTUS rule. We'll miss having him on our committee, and I wish him the best. Next, Congressman Max Miller has been a real fighter for Ohio's agricultural industry. During his time on the committee, we've traveled to listening sessions together. I've joined his Agriculture Advisory Board calls, and he has been a constant champion for our producers, and he even became a father. And as he leaves the Agriculture Committee, I know Mr. Miller will continue to advocate for the Buckeye State's farmers through his work on Ways and Means. From upstate New York's 19th District, Congressman Mark Molinaro immediately brought a unique perspective to the Agriculture Committee. Too often the halls of Congress seem stuck in the ways of the past, but Mr. Molinaro taught us to, quote, think differently. He was a fierce advocate for farmers and producers from New York, and we will miss having him behind the dais. I can't forget my friends on the other side of the aisle either. The Agriculture Committee has a rich history of bipartisanship that started way long before my chairmanship and will hopefully continue long into the future. Congresswoman Caraveo from Colorado's 8th District, Congresswoman Slotkin from Michigan's 7th District, and Congresswoman Spanberger from Virginia's 7th District are bidding farewell to the Agriculture Committee. Each represented their diverse communities with distinction on our committee, and I want to wish them, each of them, the very best. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge my friend and brother in Christ, current ranking member, the gentleman from Georgia, David Scott, who's not retiring, rather is stepping down as ranking member. Since 2002, Congressman Scott has led the Democrats on the Agriculture Committee with distinction. Agriculture really isn't and never should be a partisan issue. In fact, it is one of the few that still unites members from very different political backgrounds. I'm proud of the fact that we have been able to find common ground on so many issues over the years. I look forward to continuing to work across the aisle with Mr. Scott and thank him for his service to the Agriculture Committee. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all of our colleagues for their contributions to American agriculture and wish them good luck in the next chapter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For many people across the country, their first introduction to Portland, Oregon was the sketch comedy show Portlandia. Like any parody, it exaggerates reality. Contrary to popular belief, most Portlanders don't spend their time asking about a chicken's backstory at a farm-to-table restaurant or sorting their recycling into 50 bins. And I can tell you firsthand that the City of Roses is a place where people care about the environment, where their food comes from, sustainable transportation, and inclusive communities. And there's no better advocate and no truer representative of Portland than my good friend, colleague, and mentor, Congressman Earl Blumenauer. Earl has been in public service for more than 50 years, 28 years here in Congress and 25 years in state and local government. He's devoted his career to making Oregon and the country more livable so individuals and families can be safe, healthy, economically secure. As he said, it's in his DNA to care about the community and to bring people together to accomplish a goal. Earl came to Congress after the special election in April of 1996, when Ron Wyden moved to the Senate in one of 5 special elections that year. And on the Hill, people know Earl by his bow ties, his bike pins, and his annual comedy events. But to those of us who know him well, he is so much more. Earl has a wide breadth of knowledge and extensive experience gathered through his years in state and local government and now in Congress. When I went on a tour of the Library of Congress several years ago, I noticed it was quiet and empty, and I asked if any members of Congress actually used the library, and my tour guide said, "Do you know Earl Blumenauer?" That's Earl. As former Congressman Peter DeFazio remarked, Earl goes to people with facts, and he goes back to them with facts, and he tries to wear them down, and Earl can be very convincing. He's a long-term thinker, a skill that is sometimes in short supply in the policy-making arena, and a quintessential policy wonk. Earl's vision and tireless work has made real game-changing progress for his hometown of Portland, for our state, for the region, for the nation, and in fact around the world. He's been a key part of promoting curbside recycling, investing in bike and pedestrian infrastructure, advocating for animal welfare, transit, water infrastructure, supporting Afghan interpreters, changing the regulatory structure of cannabis, reimagining food policy, and more. Earl always seeks to share what he knows. As a Portland City Commissioner, Earl wanted to provide a way for Portland residents to engage constructively with transportation systems, so he created an evening class and gave people the opportunity to learn about the system and suggest changes, a program that continues to this day at Portland State University. And when new members come to Congress, Earl welcomes them with a gift, a very thorough multi-page letter sharing some of his lessons, some of the knowledge that he's absorbed throughout his service. And I came back to that letter and to Earl for guidance as I found my way. Even Snoop Dogg asked Earl for advice on how he could help with cannabis legislation. Yes, Earl has friends everywhere, and I know many of us in Congress will miss him tremendously when he retires at the end of the 118th Congress. But for those of us who live, work, and visit Portland, Earl's not going anywhere. In his next role in Portland State's Metropolitan Studies program, he'll continue to make things better for Oregonians with his typical, methodical, and data-informed approach. As the incoming dean of the Oregon delegation, I acknowledge I have big shoes to fill. But Earl has charted a good and worthy path, and I know he will be around for advice when we need his wisdom, his sense of humor, and his sincerity about creating a better future. We wish Earl Blumenauer well, and I know he will appreciate his additional time with his wife, Margaret, and his children and grandchildren. Congress will not be the same without Congressman Earl Blumenauer. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Wenstrup, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Imagine winning a war for a country that didn't yet exist and had no government. That was our beginning. What our founders did have was freedom-loving people that believed that our rights come from God. 13 independent colonies united for a common purpose to form the United States of America. Eventually, they formed 3 branches of government: executive, judicial, and legislative. And here we are in this beautiful chamber right now. You know, growing up, I watched Superman, and each show began with the motto, fighting for truth, justice, and the American way. And I bought in. And I truly believe that most of America does as well. At a young age, I knew that I wanted to be a doctor. I didn't imagine that that would lead to military and legislative careers as well. My version of the American dream, I suppose. I have loved every chapter, not knowing that they all would overlap. And on occasion, God would put me right where I could serve best. And sometimes he would perform miracles. Long live Majority Leader Steve Scalise, an American hero. When one chapter ends, another chapter begins. With the priorities of God, family, and country in mind, I'll return home to further elevate my roles as husband, father, coach, and provider, while God, family, and country are all still priorities. I cherish all the great Americans that I have served with along the way. Thanks for keeping me company. I've been blessed. My wife, Monica, and my children, Brad and Sophia, are my blessings as well. Farewell for now. God bless all of you, and God bless the United States of America. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as my term in Congress ends, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to those who made it possible, the people of North Carolina. Representing North Carolina's 13th District has been the honor of a lifetime. I'm proud of the impact our office has had. Over the past 2 years, we've helped more than 1,600 constituents resolve issues with federal agencies, returning nearly $2.8 million to my constituents in the process. We've hosted and attended nearly 300 public events, including 16 town halls, to connect with our neighbors and make their voices heard in Washington. We responded to over 70,000 pieces of correspondence, ensuring that every constituent knew their voice mattered. And we brought back millions through the federal budget to North Carolina's 13th District. Legislatively, we've worked to make life better for the people we served. I introduced 13 bills and co-sponsored over 450 pieces of legislation, fighting for affordable health care, safer schools, better infrastructure, and an economy that works for everyone. I took to this floor 70 times to advocate for my district's priorities and to share their stories with the American people. Mr. Speaker, this is not a normal farewell speech. I'm not giving this speech by choice. As someone who first came to Congress 30 years ago as an intern for Senator Dianne Feinstein, I can guarantee you one thing: nobody has truly loved serving in Congress more than me. That's in part because we knew there was a good chance that my district would be erased by partisan gerrymandering and my time here would be short. Had a lot of work to do in a short amount of time. So I'm not here giving a farewell speech because I did a bad job or because my constituents voted for another candidate. I'm here because of partisan gerrymandering by far-right extremists in the North Carolina General Assembly. The fair Republican-leaning district that sent me to Congress was erased last year with the stroke of a pen. The people of North Carolina and across the country deserve better. They deserve fair maps, a fair system, and a democracy they can trust. People should choose their politicians, not the other way around. I'll continue to fight with every ounce of my energy for fair maps and an end to partisan gerrymandering. And Mr. Speaker, as we leave this week, we will be the least productive Congress in our nation's history, going back to 1860. And that is because extreme partisan gerrymandering. It provides no incentive to work together. And Mr. Speaker, it is time to end partisan gerrymandering once and for all. To the people of North Carolina's 13th District, thank you for trusting me to be your voice in Congress. Serving has been the greatest honor of my life. I'm not giving up or going out quietly, and I will always remain committed to working for a brighter future for North Carolina. To my family, my wife Caroline, and my kids Prescott and Adeline, your love and support mean everything to me. Public service is never a solo effort. It's a family commitment. It's a team effort. I love you all so much, and I'm so grateful for you, and I'm very excited to return back to Cary for Christmas. I also want to thank my amazing staff. Their hard work and dedication ensured we delivered for the people we served. I want to acknowledge their contributions by submitting their names to the congressional record. Thank you so much to the best team in the business. To my Democratic colleagues from North Carolina, it's been a true honor to serve with Alma Adams, Deborah Ross, and Kathy Manning. While not with us in this Congress, David Price and G.K. Butterfield are absolutely part of the team for North Carolina in the House. And I'd especially like to thank Valerie Foushee, Don Davis, and Jeff Jackson for their partnership, their friendship, and outstanding leadership for North Carolina. Going back to our time serving together in the North Carolina Senate, all four of us served in the Senate together, came here in this freshman class. A true honor to serve with all of them. Also want to mention from North Carolina, Patrick McHenry on the Republican side. He led the Financial Services Committee. We worked hard together in a bipartisan way on FIT 21, the first ever crypto bill to be voted on in the U.S. Congress. I'm proud of the effort to bring 71 Democrats together. That's how legislation is supposed to work, working together in a bipartisan way. And that, for me, was a bright spot for this Congress. To my colleagues, especially my fellow freshmen, thank you for your friendship and collaboration. Working alongside you has been a true honor. We ended this term with an amazing dinner together, all of us last night. Your passion and determination remind me why we do this work, and I'm grateful for the lifelong friendships we've built. I know I'm leaving the future of the U.S. Congress in very good hands. Public service is about making a difference. It's about putting others first and leaving things better than you found them. As I leave this chamber, I do so with a full heart and hope for the future. There's a lot of work I still want to do, and I plan to continue in public service. North Carolina's working families deserve elected leaders who will serve their best interests, not the interests of special interests or the interests of Donald Trump. I'm not giving up in that fight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May God bless the United States of America. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a true Buffalo legend, Don Postles. For nearly 5 decades, Don has been a trusted voice and a constant presence in the lives of Western New Yorkers, guiding us through the news that shapes our community. Don Postles' journey began in 1976, and since then he has been a cornerstone of journalism in Western New York. From his early days at Channel 7 to his time at Channel 2 and his remarkable 31 years at WIVB Channel 4, Don has been there for us through every significant moment. He's brought clarity to chaos, steadiness in uncertainty, and heart to every story he's told. Don embodies the very best of journalism: honesty, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to the truth. And at a time where trust in media is more important than ever and more elusive, Don has been a beacon of credibility. Whether reporting on the tragedy surrounding the crash of Flight 3407 or sharing the joy of a Buffalo Bills victory, Don Postles delivered the news with professionalism, respect, and care for the community he loves and serves. But Don Postles' legacy goes beyond the anchor desk. He's always been more than a journalist. He's a devoted member of this community. His presence at charity events, his support for local causes, and his role as an advocate for Western New Yorkers have made him an integral part of our region. Mr. Speaker, Western New York will not be the same without Don Postles on our screens each and every evening. His departure from Channel 4 marks the end of an era, but his impact will endure. He has set the gold standard for journalism and community service, leaving behind a legacy that will inspire generations to come. Don, on behalf of the people of Western New York, I want to thank you for your dedication to our community, your commitment to the truth, and the grace with which you've handled your role as our trusted voice. As you enter retirement, I hope you find time to enjoy everything that you love about Buffalo. Spending time with your beautiful wife, Ann, and your gorgeous family, boating on Lake Erie, and savoring the pride of the community that you've helped shape over the last 5 decades. Congratulations, Don. You've earned this next chapter, and you leave behind a legacy of excellence that will not be forgotten. We wish you and your family nothing but happiness and success in your years to come. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Skolton, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and recognize the extraordinary career of Mayor Rosalind Bliss of Grand Rapids, Michigan, my mayor and my friend. Born in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, Mayor Bliss moved to Grand Rapids after graduating from the University of South Alabama. She then attended Michigan State University, go green, where she earned a master's in social work and then set forth on a career characterized by compassion and service. In 2005, Mayor Bliss was first elected to the Grand Rapids City Commission, where she displayed her passion for improving Grand Rapids' beautiful parks and public spaces. She had a vision for Grand Rapids and the experience and willingness to act. After laying out her ambitious plans for the city, then City Commissioner Bliss was elected by her friends and neighbors to become the first woman mayor of Grand Rapids, Michigan's second largest city, and the youngest in over 130 years. Mayor Bliss's tenure in Grand Rapids was defined by bold, compassionate leadership. She strengthened community police relations through community-centric law enforcement initiatives and mental health response teams, a first-of-its-kind crisis stabilization unit. Amidst a nationwide housing shortage, she expanded affordable housing opportunities and prioritized sustainable development through projects like the Grand River Greenway and an ambitious carbon neutrality goal. She also shepherded the city through the COVID-19 pandemic, allowing our West Michigan community to bounce back even stronger. Thanks to Mayor Bliss, our economy is booming with over $11 billion in private investments, a new soccer stadium, many new sports teams, and 9 million annual visitors. Our limitless growth potential is in large part due to her forward-thinking vision and her bold action. After 2 incredible terms in our city's highest office, I am confident that Mayor Bliss will leave an impactful legacy that sets a high bar for public service in West Michigan and across America's great cities. Mr. Speaker, once more, I ask my colleagues to join me in commending Mayor Bliss for her decades of service to the great city of Grand Rapids. And to my dear friend, I wish you the greatest happiness in your retirement. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from West Virginia, Ms. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize one of West Virginia's most impressive reporters and a good friend of mine, Mark Curtis. For 4 decades now, Mark has devoted his career to broadcast political journalism. From local government races to presidential elections, Mark has consistently delivered fair and thorough reporting. Despite his line of work taking him across the country, Mark chose to stay and finish his career in West Virginia, and his love of our state and its people shined through his reporting. I am grateful for our friendship, and I have always enjoyed coming on his show to discuss the important issues that are happening in our state and around the country. I remember as if it was yesterday when I sang happy birthday to him on the House floor in that West Virginia House. Time certainly does fly by, Mark, and thank you so much for your years of service to our wild and wonderful state. I wish you a happy and well-deserved retirement.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and celebrate the contributions of a dedicated, generous, and kind-hearted person, Lisa Marie McGovern. Lisa volunteers for many causes. As the chair of the Democratic Spouses Forum, Lisa welcomes and helps spouses understand how to navigate the unique dynamics of the life of a Congress member's spouse. My wife Norma met Lisa 12 years ago and has benefited from Lisa's wisdom and friendship. Lisa works hard behind the scenes and is someone who does not seek credit or praise. She just does things out of the kindness of her heart. Congressman Jim McGovern is Lisa's husband. Jim has represented Massachusetts' 2nd Congressional District since 1996. For nearly 3 decades, many of us have come to count on Lisa's knowledge, experiences, her compassion, and friendship. Her enormous heart extends beyond just helping us, the members and the spouses. She has made it her life's work to take the fight to cancer. Her fight is personal, as Lisa lost her mother to lung cancer in 1996 and has given every effort to the cause. Lisa McGovern is the executive director of the Prevent Cancer Foundation's Congressional Families Program. She has spent 2 decades cultivating relationships with many national political leaders, encouraging them to use their platforms to promote cancer prevention and early detection. Her tireless work has been very fruitful. Lisa has put together high-profile capital events to raise awareness about the foundation's work and has brought out some high-level personalities and popular celebrities to help. Lisa, your work and your care have not gone unnoticed. On behalf of my wife, Norma, I want to extend my deep gratitude and sincere appreciation for every single thing that you have done for us. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for sharing the love, mentorship, and friendship to so many of us. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a successful, self-made businesswoman, a philanthropist, a motivator, a luminary, and a great friend, Christina Winters, for her incredible accomplishments. Christina Winters, a factory worker's daughter, comes from a simple blue-collar household that taught her critical principles and the values that shaped her unique character and life's work. She grew up in the household with very little money, where she managed to learn the value of a hard-earned dollar and applied her knowledge and experiences into a long and successful career, helping others manage their finances in order to enjoy a prosperous life. Today, Christina Winters is the president and CEO of Creating and Managing Wealth, CMW LLC, based out of Irving, Texas. CMW is a business dedicated to looking out for the very best interest of people. This business is the very reflection of Christina's very essence. I had the pleasure of working for Christina very early on in my life. As my boss, Christina was always so generous with her time and her knowledge. Christina is the kind of boss that everyone would be blessed to have. Christina has been a lifelong mentor and friend to me. Over the years, I have seen firsthand Christina's commitment to help and uplift others. She has become a very influential leader in the world of finance, life planning, and has evolved to become a successful leadership builder. She has successfully navigated and overcome our male-dominated corporate environment. Christina has stepped up into positions of leadership and power. Today, she's sharing her stories and invaluable advice to help empower women and people of color to step up into their leadership roles. In addition to her professional accomplishments, Christina Winters has had a long track record of volunteering and taking on numerous philanthropic causes. We could spend countless hours going through each and every one of her community service accolades because she has dedicated her life dedicated her life to giving back. But for this reason and many more reasons, I honor her today. Christina, thank you for being a loving, caring mentor to many of us. You have you have touched and changed the trajectory of many of our lives, including my own. I encourage you to continue on this great path of sharing and giving of yourself for many, many more years to come. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with gratitude and humility. as I conclude my service to New York's 19th Congressional District. Representing the people of upstate New York in this historic chamber has truly been the honor of a lifetime. And now this journey has been guided by the values, aspirations, and resilience of the families, farmers, and small businesses that are the backbone of our district. From the Massachusetts-New York border, across the Hudson River Valley, through the Catskill Mountains to central New York and into the southern tier. And to the people of this amazing upstate New York district, thank you. Thank you for your trust, your support, and your unwavering belief in me. Representing you was never just a job, it was a deeply personal mission. Your faith in me inspired every decision we made, every vote cast, every moment spent advocating for our shared future. Together, we focused on what truly matters, delivering results for the people and places that make our district extraordinary. And we met challenges head on. Together, we tackled the fentanyl and mental health crises, securing federal funding to expand stabilization centers in Broome and Sullivan counties. These efforts remind us that no one should have to face their struggles alone. And we championed the Think Differently initiative on a national stage, breaking down barriers and creating opportunities for individuals with physical, intellectual, and developmental disabilities, and creating new opportunities for employment, education, and social services. We worked to safeguard the Hudson River, preserve farmland, and protected our most precious natural resources for generations to come. Amid inflation and border crises, we sought solutions that would make a tangible difference for everyday Americans. And through tireless bipartisan collaboration, we passed over 40 pieces of legislation earning recognition as New York's most bipartisan lawmaker. Now, this work was only possible because of the extraordinary team we assembled, individuals whose dedication and heart I will not soon forget. To my Chief of Staff, Jeff Bishop, Deputy Chief of Staff, Dan Kranz, District Director Caitlin Daly, Legislative Director Connor Tarosian, Scheduler Maddie Bruno, Legislative Assistants Caitlin Mullen and Doug Gordon, Legislative Correspondent Nick Urban, Field Representatives Nicole Leonard and Alex Horton, Constituent Caseworkers Michelle Speech and Sean Lisk, Press Assistant Hannah Benfield, Outreach Coordinator Chiano Briga, Constituent Services Representative Ben Strabler, Staff Assistant Noel Dana, and other members of Team Molinaro, Jessica Akshar, Caroline Doxey, Tyler Gutchis, Alex Holderith, Kate McCann, Maddie Minahan, and Rick Yackel, I thank you. Your hard work and selfless dedication has been the cornerstone of all of our achievements. To my colleagues and friends who serve and represent the state of New York, Republicans and Democrats alike, your friendship and support has been so gratifying, and it has been a pleasure these last 30 years to work with most of you. Finally, let me thank my family. My wife, Corinne, is a superhero, filled with strength, love, and patience, and I'm grateful to her and my children, Abigail, Jack, Elias, and Theo, each amazing and accepting and wonderful in their own special way. And I'm thankful to my mother, Donna, who instilled in us a desire to pursue truth, work hard, and serve others. You are all my foundation, my heart, my greatest source of strength. You stood side by side with me every step of the way, and this journey was ours together. I am endlessly grateful for your love and sacrifice. And so as my time in Congress comes to an end, let me be very clear. Public service is not just something I do. It is who I am. Yes, from America's youngest mayor to congressman serving upstate New York, this for me is not a goodbye. It is the start of a new chapter. And so I will continue to fight for the values we share, advocate for the communities we love, and work tirelessly to make our country better, stronger, and more united. And yes, perhaps I will be blessed with the opportunity to again serve here in this most fundamentally American deliberative house. And so let me conclude by saying to the people of New York's 19th Congressional District, upstate New York, thank you for the privilege of serving you. May God continue to bless you, upstate New York, and the United States of America. I yield back.
There will be order in the House. The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that are here as guests of the House that Any approval or disapproval of proceeding is a violation of the House rules. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Hampshire, Ms. Kuster, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today full of gratitude for having had the incredible privilege of representing New Hampshire's 2nd Congressional District for the past 12 years. New Hampshire doesn't have a national sports team. I've long said politics is our pastime, and it's been such a joy to advocate for my friends, my family, neighbors, and our state in this arena. My time in these halls has been many things: rewarding, inspiring, challenging, and yes, at times frustrating. But more than anything, it's been truly the greatest honor of my life. When I was first elected, I promised to bring a new approach to Washington, to reach across the aisle and to build bridges whenever possible. As I look back at the end of my time in Congress, I'm immensely proud of that record. Over the past 12 years, I've seen Congress at its most and least efficient. With the clarity of hindsight, I can say that our government really, truly does work best when Republicans and Democrats come together to solve our nation's greatest challenges. I grew up in a Republican household. My father, Malcolm McLean, served as the mayor of Concord and on our state executive council, and my mother, Susan McLean, served for 25 years in the House and Senate in the New Hampshire State Legislature, and she even ran for the seat that I'm now retiring from. I know that they would be proud of my and many of our colleagues' efforts to restore bipartisanship, to reach across the aisle, to pursue pragmatic solutions, particularly during times of deep political division. There will always be new challenges and new opportunities for Congress to address. The work here is never truly finished. But thanks to the support of my colleagues, both Republicans and Democrats, we've made meaningful progress on a number of issues that don't always go viral or generate the most clicks online. I founded the Bipartisan Mental Health and Substance Use Disorder Task Force with my Republican colleague, Frank Ginta, and continued the work with Brian Fitzpatrick and David Trone to bring Democrats and Republicans together to tackle the addiction and overdose epidemic that's impacted every community across our country. Thanks in part to the task force's tireless advocacy in providing resources for communities and making smart policy changes, we are finally beginning to see overdose deaths decline throughout the nation. And I'm proud that one of my final votes in this chamber will be for vital opioid response legislation to increase access to treatment included in this year's government funding package. I also started the Bipartisan Task Force to End Sexual Violence, which has helped shed light on the pervasive culture of sexual violence that has flourished for too long in our schools, our universities, our military, and even here in Congress. It was in this very chamber that I first shared my own story of sexual assault publicly and fought to reform how Congress responds to sexual misconduct among members and toward staff. Through respectful conversation and honest dialogue, my bipartisan ski and snowboard caucus helped bridge the divide between our parties on the need to respond to the environmental and economic threats posed by climate change. And as chair of the new Democrat coalition, my colleagues and I have repeatedly prioritized country and duty over party and politics, providing the votes to prevent a devastating default on our debt and a costly government shutdown, not once, not twice, but 3 times. Thanks to our focus and commitment to pragmatic solutions to improve the lives of hardworking families in our country, our new Democrat coalition will be the largest it's ever been in the 119th Congress and will make up more than half of the Democratic caucus. In each of these endeavors, we made progress, incremental at times, but progress nonetheless. We didn't always agree on how to tackle the challenges, but we listened to each other. We debated the ideas on the merits, and we focused on the mission of delivering for our constituents. Sadly, my time in these halls in recent years has been defined more and more by extreme partisanship. As lawmakers, we must reject the cynicism and the notion that Congress and our institutions are destined for dysfunction and disorder. We must not lose sight of our purpose and why we are here, to fight for our communities, to lead by example, and to tackle the biggest challenges facing our country, not create them. So now at the end of my tenure, a little older, hopefully a little wiser, I urge my colleagues and the incoming members of the 119th Congress to lead with courage, to face the division and recommit to building bridges, not tearing them down. I thank my husband Brad, my sons Zach and Travis, and I remind my colleagues, be bold, be brave, but most importantly, be kind. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor my brother, Mike Pence. Michael has been my congressman, my governor, and our nation's vice president. While serving my constituents, he's been my inspiration. Everyone has their own preconceived notions of who my brother is. The real Mike Pence, the man I have known his whole life as his oldest brother, is one of the best, most honorable people I know, and he has always done the right thing. Michael is devoted, kind, generous, and he loves his family very much. He's humble and gentle, but he's the bravest and the boldest of my siblings. His mettle is iron-tested. His character is unimpeachable. These are the qualities that made him the leader that he is. It has been my honor to follow in his footsteps and represent the Hoosiers of the 6th District of Indiana. As I stand here today, so proud of the man Michael is today, it is a gift to be his brother. He has been a gift to our country, and he's been a gift to our Constitution. May God bless Michael R. Pence and continue to prosper him and not harm him, give him hope and a future. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Trone, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today say that it's been my greatest honor serving the Maryland 6th District over the past 6 years. I've met and listened to thousands of Marylanders who worked across the aisle to pass legislation that has improved and will continue to improve the lives of all Americans. I didn't do it alone. I am forever grateful to my wife, June, and my 4 children, Michelle, Julia, Natalie, and Rob. During my time here, I became a grandfather to 2 grandchildren and a 3rd on the way. Nothing reminds me of how important our future is when you see it through the eyes of children and grandchildren. Many of you know that I chose to run for Congress because I lost my 24-year-old nephew to a fentanyl overdose in 2016. In 2021, I co-founded the Bipartisan Mental Health Task Force with Annie Kuster to bring Democrats and Republicans together to fight the mental health and opioid epidemic. And we did. Together, we've passed dozens of bipartisan bills, delivered billions of dollars to communities to fight this, bring this crisis on the front lines, and united hundreds of our colleagues annually during Recovery Month for Congress Goes Purple. This past year, our state and country saw the first decline in overdose deaths. I'd like to think our task force did a small part of that. Throughout my time in Congress, I've stood by my mission to lead with compassion, civility, and competence, and put people over politics. I was proud to deliver $53 million in community project funding, federal funding going directly to where it's needed most in my district. By working as a team, we're able to make life-changing impacts in our communities. In the last 6 years, I've also led 30 bills that were signed into law. Bills on issues that we can't afford to ignore: mental health, addiction, and criminal justice reform. Suffice it to say, our work is not done. I leave Congress aware, knowing that countless lives have been and will be changed as a result of what we've accomplished. I've served during a time in which Congress, like our nation, is growing increasingly divided, and many Americans fear for their futures. We must all remember that what unites us is greater than what divides us. And despite our differences, I've developed productive, meaningful relationships with many of my colleagues across the aisle. The sheer number of chili cheese dogs I've eaten in the Republican cloakroom to get bipartisan support is one I'll take to my grave. Through it all, I remain certain that the path forward for progress lies in common ground. To my Republican friends, thank you for your partnership, for putting country over party to work together. To all of my colleagues, I urge you to take a look to your counterparts on the other side of the chamber and commit to fighting together, not against each other, to empower America to reach its full potential. Because if that's not why you're here, we don't deserve to be. Thank you for this privilege representing you, and have a safe holiday season. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to reflect on my 4 years serving as chairman of the Congressional Western Caucus. It's been a tremendous 4 years, filled with memories and accomplishments that certainly will last a lifetime. The caucus's work on behalf of the issues impacting Western and rural America is invaluable, and it has been a great honor to be a part of this effort. From supporting the multiple-use mandate for public lands, upholding the rights of private landowners, supporting American farmers and ranchers, and pushing for American energy and mineral dominance, the caucus advocates for a stronger and more prosperous West and America. While I could reminisce for hours about the caucus, I want to highlight some of my favorite memories and achievements over the past 4 years. For the first time in its history, the caucus reached 110 members. What once started out as a group small enough to literally meet in a closet is now the second largest caucus on Capitol Hill. Last year, we also celebrated the 30th anniversary of the caucus, a noteworthy milestone. We've participated in numerous field tours hosted by our members over the years to connect our policymakers and staff with Westerners to learn firsthand about the issues impacting the region, bringing the voices of the people back to Washington, D.C. We visited miners from northern Minnesota, to cattle ranchers in Fort Worth, to park officials in Yosemite and Yellowstone, to those who use and benefit from the Columbia River system, all to get a better understanding of policy issues in these communities. We have supported many pieces of legislation to unleash the full potential of domestic energy, support American farmers and ranchers, and end the assault on multiple-use mandates for public lands. I would like to thank my colleagues who have joined and worked hard for the caucus over the past 4 years. It has been my pleasure to serve as your chairman. I also want to thank the staff who have made hard jobs easier and have accomplished much. And I also want you to know our successes on behalf of rural and Western America would not have been possible without your dedication. Lastly, I'd like to congratulate my good friend Doug LaMalfa of California on his election as chairman for the next Congress. I'm excited for the future of the caucus and know it is in good hands. And while I no longer will be serving as chairman, I will continue to be a strong advocate for Western and rural America. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment and extend one more thank you to my Chief of Staff, Amanda Beal, for her leadership and service to my office and the people of Washington's 4th District. Rising through the ranks over the years, Amanda has been a strong leader who who has delivered on our priorities and been an incredible mentor to my staff. I am fortunate to have had her by my side and will certainly miss her dearly. Joan and I wish Amanda the best as she continues her journey with her husband Peter and her growing family. And we remind her that she will always be a member of Team Newhouse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to dedicate these remarks to my wonderful community in Pennsylvania 7 and to my mother and father who didn't live long enough to see me elected. But I grew up in a true bipartisan household with a father who was an old-school Republican Air Force officer and a mother who was a Quaker pacifist liberal. It was an interesting childhood, as you can imagine. You hear a lot of bad about Congress, but I am going to choose to focus on the good, what we can actually get done for the people. My district office should first and foremost be thanked. My district office back home, which is often the closest contact that any constituent has with the federal government. They hear from our local voters, our local constituents, with frustration, sometimes happiness when there's a good result, sometimes anger. They treat every single person in Pennsylvania 7 as though they are family, and I have been told that multiple times. Legislatively, here in Washington, I have to speak of some of my proudest moments. I was sent to Congress with a mandate to work on reducing prescription drug prices. I heard from so many people on the campaign trail about the struggles that they had. And I am so proud to have been part of a Congress that passed the IRA, which was the first time that we have ever managed to get prescription drug prices down, and that effort continues, and every year will increase. And I beseech my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to please keep that intact. I'm proud of having raised awareness of mental health issues and suicide prevention. I am so proud of the work done to pass the CHIPS Act, which has benefited my industrial and manufacturing districts so very much. But I am most proud, I think, of having put the greater Lehigh Valley on the radar of folks here in D.C. Because, people, Pennsylvania is not just Pittsburgh or Philadelphia, although some would say it comes down to the Eagles and the Steelers. But we, in the greater Lehigh Valley, are the third largest region in Pennsylvania, the fastest growing region in Pennsylvania, and I am proud to say that my team and I did just that. We put Pennsylvania 7 on the radar of people here in D.C. And I am proud to have had huge returns for the greater Lehigh Valley during the past 6 years. $395 million from the bipartisan infrastructure law alone has come to my community. Our local airport has constructed a whole new TSA terminal. It was the first completed project under the bipartisan infrastructure law. I was able to bring $50 million over the past 6 years in community project funding, ranging from funding for food pantries and grocery deserts, money for Head Start, wastewater treatment plants, bridges long in disrepair, and all kinds of things. And countless thousands of dollars returned to the people of Pennsylvania 7 through the work of my district office team. There is a lot to be worked on in the future, and I hope that Congress will work on the issue of child care. It's such an important issue. We must do something about child care, and I hope that universal pre-K will be part of our future. And most of all, we need to work on campaign finance reform. Please, this past election in my district alone, the race cost a total of $38 million for one congressional race. That is obscene, and it wasn't even the most expensive one in the country. It was the 10th most expensive in the country. Imagine that, and imagine all the good that could be done with that. All of this work doesn't happen because of one elected official. It is the team that you have behind you, my wonderful, caring, intelligent team that never forgot that our mission was to serve the wonderful people of Pennsylvania 7. Thank you. And to the voters of Pennsylvania 7, thank you for the greatest privilege and honor of my life in representing you. And finally, my amazing kids, Clay and Adrian. Hi there. They are my rocks, the center of my universe. I'm so glad you are here by my side for this incredible journey, and I could not have done it without you. I love you. My sidekick, Zoe the Congress dog, and I will miss this place. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor one of the longest-serving mayors in the nation. Marvin Johnson is the mayor as he retires after 45 years of leading the City of Independence in Minnesota. Marvin was actually my inspiration to run for office. When my wife Jackie and I were starting out, our city public works department marked four 100-year-old trees on our property, 2 oaks and 2 maples, and they were to come out the next day for a new road. I called Marvin. He showed up at my house at 10 o'clock at night. He looked at the trees, he looked at the road, and he took the brick phone that some of us remember from 30 years ago, and he called the public works director, and he said, "Danny, move the road 50 feet. We're not going to take these trees." Since that time, I've never seen a government official as effective as Marvin. His council meetings were models of efficiency and respect, even as I rocked my newborn children in their car seats under the table during late-night evening sessions. He's a true public servant and has been an outstanding mentor and friend over the years. Marvin, as your career in public service comes to an end and you look ahead to your 90th birthday this spring, we wish you all the best in whatever comes next. Thank you for your support over the years and your leadership on behalf of the City of Independence. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of Minnesota State Representative Dick Burrell, who passed away suddenly earlier this year. Dick was not just a loving family man, but also a successful businessman and a true patriot. Raised in Waverly, Minnesota, he went on to serve our nation in the Marine Corps and earned his degree from Minnesota State Mankato. Dick had a Midas touch when it came to business. Everything he touched seemed to turn to gold. He ran his business for over 20 years and was often found working overtime or on weekends, shoulder to shoulder on the production lines with his employees. In fact, Dick was at his warehouse working just 3 days before he passed away. When not at work, Dick loved flying and sharing countless adventures with his wife, Patty, usually from their backyard runway, which he used with his plane. He even spent time flying around the state with me during my campaign for governor, which I'll never forget. Dick was passionate about politics. He preceded me in the Minnesota House of Representatives, was an active member of the Wright County Republicans, and was never shy about sharing his thoughts about what's coming out of Washington. He was a leader in our community. Dick Burrell touched the lives of thousands of Minnesota. To his wife, Patty, and the rest of the Burrell family, we offer our most sincere condolences, and we will always remember our friend Dick and a life well lived. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor, sorry about that. Mr. Speaker, I rise to acknowledge my Minnesota congressional colleague, Congressman Dean Phillips, as he concludes his service in the House of Representatives. Outside of Congress, Dean has proven to be a shrewd businessman, owning and starting several successful companies and helping run his family's business. During his tenure here in Washington, Dean worked across the aisle with the same tenacity to help Minnesotans, from ensuring small businesses received the financial flexibility they needed during COVID, to working with all of us in the Minnesota delegation to strengthen the Department of Veterans Affairs for our veterans. he found ways to put our political differences aside and get results for our constituents. As we saw over the last year, Dean is never afraid to pursue common ground for the common good and fight to restore Americans' faith in our institutions, regardless of the political ramifications. Dean, thank you for your service. We wish you all the best in your next chapter. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life and legacy of Brigadier General Ralph Ronald Ronnie Griffin, known as Ronnie back home. Ronnie's life of dedication, military service, and leadership has left a mark on both our country and eastern North Carolina. He began his military career by enlisting in the United States Marine Corps. Ronnie later received his commission from the North Carolina Military Academy and rose up the ranks, eventually pinning on the rank of Brigadier General. He spent over 38 years in military uniform. His career took him to Vietnam, not once, but twice. Ronnie was inducted into the North Carolina Military Academy Hall of Fame, and he was awarded our state's high honor of the Order of the Longleaf Pine by Governor Hunt and Governor Easley for his exceptional contributions to our state. Beyond his military service, Ronnie loved his family. He stood at Annalee's side, his late wife, and I'll never forget our conversation. He shared with me how her passing was difficult for him. Ronnie loved his children, and especially those grandchildren. Serving in the military, you develop lifelong friends. Ronnie had many friends that served with him, and one in particular was Mike, who was more like a brother. They shared so many stories and laughed together. Even their children called each other Uncle. It was Uncle Mike and General Uncle Ronnie. Mr. Speaker, Ronnie was a humble person, and he came from humble beginnings. He was driven by faith and his deep love for our country. We owe a great deal of gratitude and respect to Brigadier General Ronnie Griffin and his family. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to honor a true American hero and one that I just so happen to call my friend, Ronnie. Godspeed. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, my community lost 3 brave Palm Beach County Sheriff's deputies in a very tragic crash. Deputy Ignacio Dan Diaz, Deputy Ralph Butch Waller, and Corporal Luis Paez. I did know these men. I can't pretend that I knew them well, but well enough where we shared a handshake at various Veterans Day parades throughout the years, nods as we were in the same motorcade routes, and camaraderie as we fired up our Harleys and hit the road on motorcycle runs during times like the holidays like now. These men, they were always present. They were always on watch because that was their calling, to protect every person in our community from danger. whether they knew them well or not. They knew the hazards of their chosen profession. All day, every day, they patrolled inches from death. Yet these men, they never hesitated. They never stepped aside and asked somebody else to face the danger. Each day they woke up, they put on their badge, their body armor, they holstered their pistols. They left their families and they went to work. Courage for them was as natural as breathing. Plain and simple, they were warriors, strong, selfless, committed to protecting others. We thank God for these men. We thank God for their families who shared these patriots with us each and every day. Thank God for their dedication to duty, which was a beacon of selflessness. And I ask that my colleagues rise and join me in a moment of silence to honor these brave men for their sacrifice. And I would ask that you in the gallery rise as well, since you're here listening, and honor these deputies in a moment of sacrifice. And I would ask that my colleagues rise to honor these deputies in a moment of sacrifice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in strong support of the more than 2.3 million dedicated civil servants that make up our federal workforce, including nearly 30,000 federal employees who work in my own congressional district. As a former union president of Ironworkers Local 7, I'm also proud to stand in solidarity with the American Federation of Government Employees, the National Treasury Employees Union, our postal employee unions, and over 30 other labor organizations that tirelessly advocate for fair wages, safe working conditions, and quality health care and pensions for our federal workers. With less than 40 days until the presidential inauguration, the new Trump administration has already announced its intent to target and scapegoat federal employees, all in the name of cost reduction, while at the same time extending trillions of dollars in tax cuts for the richest Americans. This reflects a blatant disregard for the sacrifices made by federal workers at the VA and elsewhere, and the critical services that they deliver to the American people. According to President-elect Trump, America's federal workforce is full of, and this is a quote, deep state rogue bureaucrats, crooked and dishonest people who are destroying this country and who are going to be held accountable, close quote. To this end, he is seeking to revive Schedule F, a punitive employment classification that will strip career federal employees of their due process rights and other statutory civil service protections. This new category would also pave the way for the administration to fire these nonpartisan workers at will and replace them with political loyalists. President-elect Trump, has also recently announced the creation of a so-called Department on Government Efficiency, or DOGE Commission, an unofficial advisory panel that will purportedly serve to dismantle the government bureaucracy. The co-chairs of this alleged department are two billionaires, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, who have vowed to conduct mass layoffs and employee relocations in order to reduce the size of federal government. As they tell it, most federal employees don't even show up to work anyway. These unwarranted attacks against our federal workforce only serve to perpetuate false narratives that greatly undermine the value of public service and undermine the morale and ability of federal employees to deliver essential services to the American people. As former chairman of the Subcommittee on Federal Workforce, I can attest that these federal workers are not rogue bureaucrats or deep state actors. Rather, many of them are patriotic military veterans. In fact, our federal workforce consists of nearly 650,000 U.S. Armed Service veterans, or more than 30% of all federal employees. In fact, the vast majority of federal employees work in the service to care for 18 million veterans and their families who are served and cared for by the Department of Veterans Affairs, which employs nearly 490,000 doctors, nurses, medical staff, and social workers and other healthcare professionals caring for our nation's veterans. Our federal workforce also consistently shows up to work, even during national emergencies, as reported by the Partnership for Public Service. Frontline federal employees are deployed in the field nationwide as Border Patrol agents, food inspectors, postal workers, TSA officers, forest firefighters, FEMA disaster response personnel, clinical biologists, and other jobs that support public safety in times of crisis. According to the Office of Personnel Management, only 15% of federal workers actually live in the D.C. area, with 85% of federal workers stationed in communities across our nation. And in stark contrast to President-elect Trump and his billionaire Doge co-chairs, federal employees are not looking to get rich. The Federal Salary Council reports that in 2024, federal workers earn nearly 25% less on average than their private sector counterparts. Recent strikes in the auto workers, UPS Teamsters, Kaiser healthcare personnel, and other private sector workers have resulted in historic and well-deserved wage increases, in some cases more than 20%. Meanwhile, to ensure the continuity of government services, federal workers are expressly prohibited by statute from participating in a strike. They must stay on the job. Asserting the right to strike and even belonging to a union that asserts the right to strike is against the federal government is a violation and a felony and punishable by imprisonment. In the interest of public safety, frontline federal employees also stay on the job without pay for the duration of every government shutdown. Nevertheless, every federal worker proudly takes an oath of office that reflects their commitment to our nation, to public service, and to dedication to carrying out their agency mission on behalf of the American people. Mr. Speaker, sadly, Elon Musk has now even resorted to publicly naming federal employees who would like to fire on social media. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Steele, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to thank my constituents, colleagues, and friends for the wonderful 4 years I've spent serving in the People's House. It's been the privilege of a lifetime to serve Orange and Los Angeles counties in Congress, from helping my constituents to passing life-changing legislation. The work we've done has truly mattered. Only in America can a first-generation immigrant who speaks English as a third language rise to become a member of this body. When my parents fled communist North Korea for freedom in South Korea, they never would have imagined that their daughter would be standing here today. On behalf of my beautiful, diverse district, my team and I have accomplished a great deal. We've delivered significant funding to improve our Orange County beaches through sand replenishment. We've also provided important infrastructure investments to our communities. We've expanded health care access by expanding telehealth coverage, and we've led the fight for lower taxes. And legislation I've sponsored on its way to becoming the law to expand language access in telehealth for non-English speakers and expand mental health support for youth in foster care. I've been strong advocate for defending human rights across the globe and taking on the communist regimes who abuse them. These accomplishments are not mine alone. I want to give a heartfelt thank you to the members of leadership, committee chairs, and my colleagues who helped pave the way, and of course, my wonderful staff. Speaker Kevin McCarthy and Mike Johnson have ably led this body and supported me every step of the way. The same is true to Steve Scalise, Tom Emers, and Ellis Stefanik. My friend Kathy McMorris Rogers has also been a great mentor to me and helped me along the way. My colleagues in the California delegation have likewise joined me in supporting causes important to our state. I have been also blessed to serve on great committees. On the Ways and Means Committee, we have promoted an economy that benefits all Americans. Under the leadership of Chairman Jason Smith, Congress will reauthorize the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act with improvements that benefit American workers and job creators. We have also done great work on the Education and Workforce Committee to promote quality education for all students. This includes fighting the rise of anti-Semitism on campuses, a fight that Chairwoman Virginia Foxx has strongly championed. Dr. Foxx has been a partner for me in helping reduce communist China's influence in education through my Deterrent Act. As we have talked about so much on Select Committee on China, the CCP is truly America's #1 adversary. I have passed legislation to ban our military from using seaport reliant on Chinese technology. I have also worked to strengthen Taiwan's military readiness through the Taiwan Security Act. Congress must keep their eye on the CCP and build on this progress. For now, I'll be heading back to my home in sunny California. But while my time in Congress is ending, I will always look for ways to serve the country that I love. I'll always treasure the friendship I've made, both in Washington and Southern California. Like all journeys, this one is ending for a new one to begin. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, my residents still pay the highest auto insurance rates in the nation. Auto insurance discrimination continues to keep our residents in the cycle of poverty. I want to ask American people, the auto insurance industry, what does your education level, your marital status, your occupation, your employment status, credit scores, zip codes, or home ownership status have to do with whether or not you are a good driver? Right now, the auto insurance industry is determining rates based on these non-driving factors. So I introduced the Prohibit Auto Insurance Discrimination Act with my good colleague, Representative Watson. And one of the factors, again, to determine, the driving ability should not be these non-driving factors. Yet my residents still see and face higher auto insurance rates. University of Michigan's Poverty Solutions did a study showing somebody with a DUI drinking under the influence was paying 3 times less than the person with no DUI violation, but the difference was the person with the DUI had a higher credit score than the person that had a better driving record. Again, these factors should not be determining people's auto insurance rates. So that's why it's important for us to be able to support the PAID Act to prohibit auto insurance discrimination. My colleagues must join me in passing this important, critical bill to address these shameless practices by the auto insurance industry. Mr. Speaker, Social Security is a vital part of our social safety net in our country. It keeps more people out of poverty than any other governmental program. Nearly 23 million people So I wasn't surprised when the #1 question and concern that was brought up in our telephone town hall throughout the district, over 9,000 people participated, was what's going to happen to Social Security. For most seniors, Social Security is their largest source of income. Cutting Social Security would be a disastrous policy choice for our communities, and it would be absolutely be a choice that is decided here, not a necessity. We should be strengthening and expanding Social Security, not cutting it. That's why I support the Social Security Expansion Act. It's very critical because it would increase benefits by $2,400 annually and ensure that program is funded for the next 75 years. We must protect Social Security. Every senior in our country deserves to retire with dignity, and every person living with disability deserves to live with economic security. I won't let them cut Social Security on my watch. Mr. Speaker, we all know that water is life. Safe, accessible, affordable drinking water is a human right. In 2021, I was proud to be able to work with Energy and Commerce Committee and Congresswoman Dingell to establish the Low-Income Household Water Assistance Program, where we helped establish $1.2 billion program to help many of our families pay off their water bills and debts and keep people's water connected, especially during the pandemic. This program saved countless lives. Millions of Americans today are still struggling to keep up with their water bills, and many have their water shut off. We introduced the half-century update for Water Access and Affordability Act to establish permanent low-income drinking water assistance program within the EPA. Our program will dedicate funding every single year to keep people's water flowing. We do it for gas. We do it for electricity. Why don't we do it for water? The program will include reconnection assistance, but what I also love, it will help with water efficiency upgrades like plumbing repairs to many of our families that live in old homes. We're going to set up a community advisory committee made up of our residents, our nonprofits, the utilities, and other local stakeholders to help advise the EPA how to implement this program more effectively. Mr. Speaker, the H2O UP Act will ban the practice of water shutoffs as punishment for not being able to afford your bills. This is the richest country in the world, and we know it is simply just inhumane to have many of our families not have access to water. Watching a couple in their 70s in the city of Detroit, after working all their lives, retire to have to melt snow in a white bucket so they can flush their toilet. Again, it is inhumane for us not to have a program to help people with their water bills. Congress just approved nearly $1 trillion for weapons and war. So please, for all my colleagues, I don't want to hear that we don't have the money to help our families here at home. We must, again, ensure access to water. It is critical for public health. It is critical for our families. With that, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the House one final time. When I got to Washington, a former colleague of mine, he told our freshman class how fortunate we all were to be part of this body. I'll never forget him saying he always felt humbled each and every time he saw the Capitol and when he walked on this floor. He warned us all, the day that you don't feel humbled walking on this floor or when you see the Capitol, it's time to retire and go home. This comment stuck with me, and I still get chills every time I walk on this floor or I see this glorious Capitol at night. In this very chamber, so much of history of our country and the history of modern world has been made. The decision to start and end wars, the decision to end slavery, the decision to give women the rights to vote, and much more has been debated and agreed upon in this very room. I never thought that I would end up here. I spent most of my life building small businesses, growing families, and doing what I could do to give back to my community. Then I got frustrated with the direction of our government and the decisions our leaders were making at that time, so I got involved and tried to make a difference.
If I could go back in time to when I was 25 years old, and I told myself that I would be standing here on this floor today, I never would have believed myself. It's impossible to believe. In fact, all the odds are against me. In fact, I have better odds of starting on an NBA basketball team than I do to be a member of Congress. And those are some pretty large odds. I'm proud of the accomplishments that my team and I have made over the past 4 years. We've written and passed legislation that has unleashed American energy, protected Alabama's resources, reduced the size and the scope of the federal government, and returned millions of tax dollars back home for important projects. We've also helped countless veterans get the benefits they earned, recovered millions of dollars from the IRS, expedited hundreds of passports requests, secured FEMA disaster relief after natural disasters, protected small businesses from unnecessary red tape, and on and on and on. As any member of this body knows, none of this would be possible without the countless hours of our hardworking and talented, dedicated staff. To each of my current staff and to each of my each of my former staff, I say thank you. Thank you for the dedication to the Alabama 1st Congressional District, and thank you for being part of my team. My hopes and prayers for this country are so positive, knowing we have a generation of young people like yourself with the passion coming up behind us that I lovingly give most all of them nicknames. Nicknames like Junior, Little Bubba, Chile, Koopa, Boogity Boogity, Chief, Busy, Jesus, and yes, my favorite vegan, T-Bone. You're all forever part of Team Carl, and I'm proud to have played a role in each of your careers. Also, could not have done anything without the love and support of my wife, Tina, and our family. My family has always believed in me and supported me, and I look forward to spending more time with you very soon. Tina, start your grinning, because Big Daddy is headed home. To the folks of the 1st District, thank you for giving me the chance to represent you, to bring our shared values to Washington. I do not take lightly this job that each of you have entrusted me with, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. The future of South Alabama, our entire state, and our nation is so bright, and I truly believe our best days are ahead of us. God bless Alabama. God bless the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week is National Bible Week, and I'm proud to be able to stand up here and proclaim my own devotion and adherence to the Bible and the biblical principles. I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Doug Lamborn of Colorado, who led a time on this last night here in this chamber. I'm sorry I wasn't able to take part at that particular time, but I wanted to continue that. Mr. Lamborn has been a faithful servant in making sure that this is always proclaimed and recognized each year here, and I appreciate him as a colleague, and of course we will miss him as he has decided to go off to other pastures from this body, and God's blessings on him and his family. So as we know, during this National Bible Week, throughout American history, the Bible's been a guiding light shaping our culture, our government, and moral foundations to the good. You know, we hear a lot of talk about separation of church and state. You know, that isn't really a truism. It's more about the state shall not establish a particular religion. But it's certainly fine for the founders and its leaders to use that as a guiding principle, and indeed they did, from Washington all the way through. So when we reflect upon this week, it's important to remember that the Word of God has always provided clarity, strength, and direction to this nation. In Psalm 119-105, we are reminded, "Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path." In a world filled with uncertainty and confusion, the Bible serves as a beacon of truth and wisdom. It calls us to live with integrity, to honor one another, and to acknowledge the divine responsibility we have to God. Indeed, the Bible is the inerrant Word of God. As leaders, as citizens, and as people of faith, we must continually seek guidance from our Scripture. It's extremely important in my own life, and that as well as my family, as our guide. The Word of God is not just a historical document, although it has been always found to be proven historically accurate. It is also the foundation of our morals and the source of wisdom that has indeed shaped our country. This National Bible Week, let us renew our commitment to uphold these principles, to guide our actions with the truths of the Bible, and to honor God in all we do. On top of that, it'll soon be Christmas, as this body tries to complete its work for the end of the year. So let's remember the reason for the season, as is put, that is the birth of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amongst all the hustle and bustle of Christmas time, let's not lose sight of that fact, that indeed that is why we celebrate. So Merry Christmas to you all. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about a national bestseller, a book that has changed the world and has had a tremendous impact on my life, the Bible. I regularly pray the Apostle Paul's words in 2 Corinthians 5:9. So whether we are at home or away, we make it our aim to please him. I want God to be glorified through every meeting I go to, every speech I give, and every vote I take. My husband and I strive to instill biblical values in our 7 children, and that foundation has provided them with the stability they need to weather life's storms, something they are passing on to our 20 grandchildren. I firmly believe the Word of God is the answer to any problem we face in life, providing clear distinctions between good and evil. Psalm 119, verse 105 says, "Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path." Our nation is floundering because we have neglected eternal truth. We no longer respect life, the distinctions between men and women, the beauty of marriage and family, the value of hard work, or the danger of falling into debt. That is why following God's word is essential to the success of our republic. George Washington said, "It is impossible to rightly govern a nation without God and the Bible." Psalm 18, verse 30 says, "As for God, his way is perfect. The word of the Lord is proven. He is a shield to all who trust in him." Whatever problems we face, political, professional, or personal, the answers are found in the Bible. Tyrants have tried to destroy it, but the Word of God endures forever. I urge my colleagues to take a few moments each day to read a couple chapters, a psalm, and a proverb. I'm confident it will change your life and our nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the memory of John Waldy Gullen, a lifelong Lewisboro resident and World War II veteran who passed away on December 1st less than 3 weeks after friends, family, and neighbors gathered to celebrate his 100th birthday. John Waldy Gullen was born on November 12, 1924. He attended a one-room schoolhouse on Schoolhouse Road and graduated from Katona High School in 1943. After graduating, he joined the U.S. Army, eventually deploying and fighting in the European theater, where he served as a combat infantryman from 1944 until 1946. He was a proud member of the 70th Infantry Division known as the Trailblazers, and his heroic actions helped turn back Germany's last offensive operations of the war in northeastern France, earning him the Bronze Star Medal. Upon returning home, he married his high school sweetheart, Barbara Miller, with whom he was faithfully married for 72 years. He was the father of 2 sons, a grandfather of 4 grandchildren, and great-grandfather of 5. John Waldy Gullen's life was marked by service, on and off the battlefield. He continued to serve in the Army Reserves upon returning home from the European theater of World War II, and he was a member of the South Salem Volunteer Fire Department for 80 years. A successful business owner and real estate investor, Mr. Gullen helped found the Lewisboro Lions Club in 1958. His service to his country, community, and family spanned decades, and he was an inspiration to the many that knew him, and I was proud to be among those blessed to have met him. Mr. Speaker, I ask that when the House adjourns today, it does so in the memory of John Waldy Gullen, a true hero of our greatest generation. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life and legacy of Marie Lorenzini, a beloved leader and devoted public servant from Nyack, New York, whose passing is deeply felt by all who knew her. Marie's service to the village of Nyack spanned decades, including her roles as a trustee, deputy mayor, and liaison to the Nyack Parks Commission. In fact, she was the second longest-serving trustee in the history of Nyack. Even after leaving the village board, she continued her work as a parks commissioner, leaving an indelible mark on the community she cherished. Known for her quick wit, warm smile, and big heart, Marie dedicated herself to serving others, whether through her commitment to her church, her work with the Nyack Soup Angels, or her unwavering advocacy for her neighbors. Her passion, humor, and friendship enriched the lives of all who had the privilege to know her. Marie was truly one of a kind. While her loss leaves a profound void, her legacy of service and love for her community will live on in Nyack and beyond. May her memory always be a blessing. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life of Joseph William Cotter, a visionary leader and beloved father who passed away unexpectedly on October 25, 2024, at the age of 66. Joe was a proud father to Lydia and William, a devoted partner to Jane Carroll, and a son of both Purdy's and New York City. A graduate of Williams College and NYU's Stern School of Business, Joe co-founded National Resources in 1988, transforming urban and industrial sites into thriving communities. His innovative spirit and ability to see potential where others could not defined his life's work. Joe was a man of many passions, an All-England rugby player at King's College, a basketball leader at Oxford, an eternal optimist with a global perspective. His intellect, wit, and boundless energy brought people together, whether on the field, at home, or in his professional life. Joe's legacy lives on through his family, his transformative projects, and the countless lives he touched with his warmth and vision. May his memory inspire us to dream big and to find joy in every step of the journey. Joe will be missed by all who knew him and our Hudson Valley community. in which he impacted so greatly for so many years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the esteemed gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize this year's Carmel High School football team, who won the California 5AA state football championship. It was not just the first time that a team from the Central Coast went 15-0, but also an amazing 48-7 win over El Capitan High School from the San Diego area, a high school that's more than double the size of Carmel High's 800 students. Yet despite that small number, the Padres came up big on the gridiron, averaging 50 points a game in 5 postseason wins, and holding El Capitan to a season low of 1 touchdown. Now, I could highlight that the Padres have a player who got a full scholarship to the University of Alabama next year, and who actually grew up playing youth soccer with my daughter, who I'm sure, if you know my daughter, whipped that lineman into shape. But if you look closely at the entire team of the Padres, only a couple will go on to play at a 4-year college. Coach Golden Anderson and the entire staff are very proud of the Padres, but they will be the first to tell you that they are a seasonal football program where 95% of the team are multi-sport players. Coach Anderson will also tell you that when they started the season, they weren't thinking about a state title. They just wanted to win. As someone who played football at Carmel High for all 4 of his high school years, I understand that attitude. But I admit, we didn't even come close to winning a league title, let alone a state title. So I stand here, Mr. Speaker, not just as the proud representative of California's 19th Congressional District. I am a proud Padre. I am a proud Padre parent, and I am absolutely honored to say congratulations to Carmel High, to their state champion football team, and all of the Carmel Padre community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Immortal, invisible, and only wise God, in this season of darkening days and sober skies, your light seems inaccessible, your presence hidden from our eyes. But though we do not see you, we love you and call upon you to reveal yourself as light in our darkness. Though we walk in life-quenching shadows and cannot see your hand to guide us, yet we believe in you and trust you to lead us on paths of righteousness. Strengthen our faith, that in the face of all that overwhelms and undermines our best intentions, we would be filled with an inexpressible and glorious joy that dispels all gloom and releases us from the grip of despair. This day and always, cultivate in us the hope of salvation, that through us your light of love would shine. In the name of you, O Lord, our Redeemer, our Sustainer, our Guide and Friend, we offer our prayers. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Brzezinski.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the outstanding commitment of Ridgeway, Pennsylvania volunteer fireman Philip Rogalski. Mr. Rogalski has tirelessly served the Ridgeway Fire Department for over 65 years. Starting in March of 1959, Mr. Rogalski has served as the department treasurer, sat on the Ridgeway Fire Department Board of Directors, was a representative in the Tri-County Firemen's Association, and enjoyed volunteering at the department's Tuesday night bingo. As a former volunteer firefighter, I understand how important Mr. Rogalski's service to the community has been and how much of an impact he has had on so many people's lives. Mr. Speaker, I want to once again thank and congratulate Mr. Rogalski on his 65 years of service to the community of Ridgeway and the 15th Congressional District of Pennsylvania. I'm proud to represent such incredible leaders and public servants like Mr. Rogalski. I wish him all the best in his retirement. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise and honor the contributions of Black women entrepreneurs. Black women own approximately 2.1 million businesses, representing 52.1% of all Black-owned businesses. And they, despite challenges, continue to drive innovation for communities and create lasting legacies. Kim Roxy is the founder of Lamique Beauty that started with a $500 investment and was inspired by her mother who passed from breast cancer to create natural, safe, paraben-free makeup. Melodrama Boutique, founded by Jackie Adams, is a pillar of empowerment and sisterhood in Houston, featuring local fashion and empowering local designers. I also honor Kim H., founder of Camera Ready, Beauty, Fashion, and Wellness. She's a force in the industry and also president of the citywide Beauticians and Barbers Association that uplifts entrepreneurs across Houston. These are but a few examples of extraordinarily talented Black women in business who join the many who employ over 528,000 people and generate $98 billion in revenue for our nation. But there could be more. They lack access to capital, and they often are left out of funds, venture capital funds, where less than 2% of those dollars go to Black women. Yet still with grit and determination to carry on, and I ask that we continue to invest in Black women entrepreneurs. Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my wife of 43 years tomorrow, Denise Karen Pence. She's the mother of Nicole, Lauren, Emily, and John, the mother-in-law of Jason, Chris, and Giovanna, the grandmother of Emma, Andrew, Colin, Kate, Matthew, Mary, Luke, Gregory, Jack, and Vivian. She's the love of my life, and I thank her for all her love and support these last 43 years, and particularly for the last 6 years as I've served here. God has blessed me with Denise Karen Pence. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Asked to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the service of Rhode Island Adjutant General Chris Callahan, who is retiring at the end of this year after 4 decades of service to our state and country. General Callahan joined the Army National Guard in 1984 and quickly ascended up the ranks. He served as headquarters commander for the 1st Battalion, 126th Aviation Regiment, brigade commander for the 56th Troop Command, and commander of the Task Force Dragon Wing Aviation Battalion in Iraq. In 2015, he was named the 44th Adjutant General of Rhode Island and Commanding General of the Rhode Island National Guard. Under his leadership, the Rhode Island National Guard deployed more than 3,000 soldiers and airmen on missions across the globe, ran point on Rhode Island's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, providing mass testing and administering hundreds of thousands of vaccinations, and activated thousands of soldiers and airmen to respond to blizzards, hurricanes, establish warming shelters, and fight wildfires in Rhode Island, among many other missions. General Callahan's exemplary service to our country was made possible by the support of his wife, Donna, and his children, Devin, Grace, and Katie. Together, they kept Rhode Island National Guard's promise to be always ready, always there. Thank you, Chris Callahan, for your service to our country and our state. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purposes the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer my heartfelt congratulations to my good friend, Senator Chris Knoyer, on her appointment as Iowa's new Lieutenant Governor. This is a historic moment, as Iowa now has 2 women in the top 2 executive positions for the first time. It's a testament to the strength, leadership, and dedication of women across our state. Governor Reynolds has made an excellent choice in appointing Chris to this important role. I had the pleasure of serving alongside Chris in the Iowa Senate and have seen firsthand the kind of leader she is. Chris has been a tireless advocate for education, technology, innovation, conservative budgeting, tax cuts, and accountability in government during her time in the Iowa Senate. Her ability to roll up her sleeves and find practical solutions makes her uniquely qualified to serve our state in this capacity. From her leadership on the school board of the Pleasant Valley School District to her work in the technology sector, Chris has proven herself time and time again. I'm proud to call her a friend and excited to see the continued success she will bring to Iowa in this new role. Congratulations, Senator Knoyer. Iowa is fortunate to have you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to congratulate Robert Gow from Champaign-Urbana on being selected as one of 5 National Student Poets. The National Student Poet Program is one of our nation's highest honors for youth poets presenting original work. It is an incredible accomplishment that reflects Robert's talent, artistry, and the power of his work to inspire others. Robert says that his writing is influenced by his family and exploring his identity. He described that he fell in love with poetry because it allowed him to, quote, put his soul onto paper in a way that nonfiction writing couldn't. Previously, Robert has been recognized by the New York Times, the National Young Artists Foundation, and the Alliance for Young Writers. Robert, we are all so proud of you and cannot wait to see you continue to grow as an author and an artist. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Macon County High School football team for securing their first state championships. The Tigers advance to the playoffs often. They've done so 20 times in the last 55 years, but this year they captured the big Class 4A Blue Cross Bowl title after defeating Melrose 45-15. Twin brothers Zach and Gabe Borders are credited as standouts. Gabe ran for 117 yards and completed his team's only pass for a touchdown. His brother Zach earned MVP after his 250-yard performance, which included four rushing scores in the second half. The Tigers were fortunate to have both brothers on the field, especially considering that Zach has undergone surgery and pins after multiple breaks to his collarbone. Congratulations to all the players, their families, and to Coach Kyle Shoulders. And congratulations to all who prayed over the health of this senior class. Go Tigers!
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to address the crisis in the Virgin Islands. On December 13th, a shooting claimed the life of another of my constituents. My deepest condolences go to the families and loved ones of each of the 42 victims who have died by homicide in 2024 in the Virgin Islands. Throughout the Caribbean, gun violence driven by unemployment and drug and human trafficking are pervasive. During a recent Codel to Barbados led by Leader Jeffries, we heard similar concerns from our Caribbean allies. The Senate must pass the ONDCP Reauthorization Act, which includes my Caribbean border counter-narcotic strategy bill to combat the illegal trafficking of deadly drugs which traverse through American territories in the Caribbean. In the Virgin Islands, 93% of guns recovered by law enforcement were trafficked illegally into the territory, and the homicide rate is 9 times higher than the continental United States. We need our federal partners, especially ATF, to provide resources and maintain a presence in the territory. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise, extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Led by President-elect Donald Trump, House Republicans are looking forward to 2025 and the 119th Congress with great enthusiasm, advancing a conservative agenda. With the new Republican majority in the Senate, we will work hard on behalf of the American families to deliver solutions to drive down crippling costs of inflation, to eliminating regulations, lower energy prices, and provide for a reduction in federal overreach in schools and much more. House Republicans are committed to securing the borders, promoting family values, supporting small businesses, creating jobs, with backing our allies, establishing peace through strength. House Republicans, led by the leadership of Speaker Mike Johnson, will resume making America great again. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators put all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump will reinstate existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, to address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life of my good friend, Mayor Mark Murphy, and to recognize his lifetime of service to the city of Orange. Mark was a loving husband, lifelong Orange County resident, and a committed public servant. He served our community for more than 30 years as an Orange County Transit Authority chairman, City of Orange council member, and then City of Orange mayor. It's because of his love for his neighborhoods and his community that he earned the nickname Mr. Orange. Mark's passion was improving our community's parks and recreation centers. He oversaw the construction of Grijalva Sports Center, the expansion of the Orange Library, and the acquisition of several park spaces. While many know Mark for his strong advocacy, his voice as a singer is less known. He actively participated in his church choir and even sang on stage during park concerts. And Mark was also known as a Harley-Davidson bike writer. Mark, we love you, and your legacy continues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I can't emphasize enough how important it is for the ag economy, for the security of this country. My own home state of California provides so many of these essential crops in high percentages. Many of these crops you see are 90 to 99, and even 100% are grown in my home state. And so what does that underline for you is that the need for my home state to have a water supply to grow those crops. Each year it seems more and more is being taken away regulatorily from farmers and given to environmental purposes. We need to build more storage in my home state. We need to build what's called Sites Reservoir. We need to raise Shasta Dam. We need to look at other projects. We also need for the pumps at the Delta to be running full blast at this time of year when we have this excess water running out to the ocean and filling up the San Luis Reservoir. So we have that water supply for the southern part of the state in the San Joaquin Valley. We need to do all these things in order to ensure that we have the crops, the food to put on the table for Americans. At this time, with the ag economy suffering so much across the country, we need to do everything we
Gentleman's
can
time has expired.
to make their jobs easier. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the East Carolina University Pirates will be taking on the North Carolina State University Wolfpack in what is sure to be an exciting 2024 Go Bowling Military Bowl at the Navy Marine Memorial Stadium in Annapolis, December 28th. It will be an evening of incredible state pride, sportsmanship, and hard-hitting football by an intense in-state rivalry. The Go Bowling Military Bowl matches top teams from the Atlantic Coast Conference and American Athletic Conference. Above all, it aims to benefit active and former service members and their families. It will be fantastic to see two North Carolina teams and an excellent end of the season, especially for those players who are graduating. It should not be any surprise who I'll be cheering on: Coach Harold and the ECU Pirates, loyal and bold. We're purple and gold. Arrgh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my dear friends and colleagues Anthony Rodriguez and Keone McGee, the new chairman and vice chairman of the Miami-Dade Board of County Commissioners, and I look forward to continuing our work together to deliver results for the people of Miami-Dade County. With my colleagues on the commission, I worked to deliver the largest tax cuts in Miami-Dade County history when I was the mayor, and being mayor of Miami-Dade County has been one of the highlights of my career in public service. I understand firsthand just how effective both Chairman Rodriguez and Vice Chairman McGee are, and I am confident in their ability to lead with conviction for the community that we represent. Godspeed, and thank both of them, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my unbelievably talented Chief of Staff, Betsy Arnold Marr, as she retires from the House of Representatives after more than 25 years of service. Betsy has worked in Congress through some of our nation's biggest moments in recent history. September 11th, passage of the Affordable Care Act, the pandemic, and January 6th. Through it all, she has been thoughtful and dynamic leader who helped navigate it all with grace, talent, and intelligence. Before her time in the House, Betsy developed her expertise in communications and press relations, working for the Minnesota Democratic Party on campaigns and then as a reporter. Since coming to the House, she has worked for 4 members, using her skills to help run each office and mentor her colleagues. I am honored to have worked with Betsy for the last 10 years. We will miss her dearly and wish her and her husband Charles well in their next steps. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentlelady from California, for what purpose does she seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise to honor the life and legacy of Mark Murphy, who recently passed away. Known as Mr. Orange, Mark was a lifelong resident of City of Orange, born at St. Joseph Hospital and graduating from Orange High School. He served the city for decades on the City Planning Commission, the City Council, as mayor, and on the board of Orange County Transportation Authority, all while working full-time for over 33 years at Hewlett-Packard. He was everywhere in Orange, and he also was a talented musician, singing in the choir at First Presbyterian Church and playing guitar at concerts in the park. I send my deepest condolences to his wife, Vicki, and mother, Lois, and I join our Orange community in honoring his memory and a life very well lived. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize and honor my outgoing Chief of Staff, Sam Pritchard, and thank him for his service to Iowa's 2nd Congressional District. Sam is a Cedar Rapids native, and there is no one more passionate about serving their home state. He's been a trusted confidant for me since joining our team, but has also become a dear friend, always offering steady advice with a good dad joke thrown in every now and then for good measure. I also want to thank Sam's wife, Katie, and his children, Claire and John Thomas, for sharing Sam with us over the years and for Iowa. We couldn't be more thrilled for your family in this new chapter. And though Sam is leaving the Hill, we know he will always be a member of our team. So thank you, Sam, for your service to Iowa and your service to our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendments to H.R. 8663.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8663, an act to require the Science and Technology Directorate and the Department of Homeland Security to develop greater capacity to detect, identify, and disrupt illicit substances in very low concentrations. Senate amendments.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 8663.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today once again with a strong voice of support for H.R. 8663, the Detect Fentanyl and Xylazine Act of 2024. This critical piece of legislation will equip DHS and S&T with the authority it needs to improve the safety, effectiveness, and efficiency of drug detention equipment and reference libraries to protect frontline DHS personnel who seek to protect our nation from the flow of illicit fentanyl and other drugs amidst the catastrophic mess at our southwest border. I'm glad that the Senate took swift action and passed this measure and concur with the amendment, which requires DHS to coordinate with the DEA and upholds the authority of other federal agencies utilizing drug equipment and reference libraries. I thank the gentleman from New York, Mr. LaLota, for his diligent work on this legislation in the House, as well as the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa. I also want to thank Senator Cornyn of Texas for working across chambers and championing this important legislation through the Senate. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill and that we can get it to the President's desk as soon as possible, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 8663, the Detection, Equipment, and Technology Evaluation to Counter the Threat of Fentanyl and Xylazine Act of 2024, is an important piece of legislation that enables the DHS Science and Technology Directorate to improve the capabilities of law enforcement at every level in identifying and combating illicit substances. This bipartisan bill demonstrates a strong commitment to equipping law enforcement with the tools needed to combat the proliferation of dangerous substances like fentanyl and xylazine. The bill specifically directs DHS S&T to develop and evaluate advanced drug detection technologies like machines that can break down and analyze complex drug mixtures and AI systems to spot new drug threats. These initiatives aim to enhance the precision and efficiency of drug detection, empowering law enforcement to respond effectively to evolving challenges. Furthermore, H.R. 8663 prioritizes collaboration with agencies like the DEA and adherence to NIST's Artificial Intelligence Risk Management Framework, reinforcing the integrity and reliability of the technologies developed. This bill is an important step to ensuring that DHS prioritizes the development and deployment of cutting-edge technologies to combat the growing threat of dangerous substances like fentanyl and xylazine, so DHS will better be equipped to address emerging drug trends, protect public safety, and support law enforcement efforts nationwide. With that, Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 8663, as we did in the past, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Laloda.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I want to thank the gentleman from Tennessee for yielding. The chairman of the Homeland Security Committee is a bit anxious about him yielding. His team, West Point, his alma mater, West Point, lost to my alma mater, Annapolis, this weekend, 31-13 at the premier football game. So I appreciate especially Chairman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the fight against fentanyl and xylazine is a battle that we cannot afford to lose. And right now, the United States is at a crossroads. Our communities are grappling with a devastating crisis as lethal drugs like fentanyl and xylazine continue to wreak havoc across our country. Today, we have a chance to deliver solutions. The amended version of my Detect Fentanyl and Xylazine Act is back before us, and it is a stronger, more comprehensive tool to tackle this epidemic. Every year, over 100,000 precious American lives are lost to drug overdoses. In 2023 alone, opioids were responsible for more than 81,000 deaths. Fentanyl, accounting for nearly 90% of synthetic opioid fatalities, claimed tens of thousands of lives, shattering families and leaving communities in mourning. These numbers are tragic reminders of the lives we are losing every day. But now xylazine, a tranquilizer known on the streets as Trank, is being mixed with fentanyl, creating an even deadlier and harder to detect combination. This toxic mix does not spare anyone. It claims lives regardless of age, race, or socioeconomic status. From suburban Long Island to urban centers and rural America, this crisis is everywhere, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, the House passed the Detect Fentanyl and Xylazine Act with overwhelming bipartisan support. Since then, our Senate colleagues have worked to refine and enhance the legislation to better address the growing threat. Their amendments make a strong bill even stronger by ensuring our efforts are coordinated and effective as possible. The updated bill includes important improvements. One, it mandates greater collaboration between the Department of Homeland Security and the Drug Enforcement Administration, ensuring that expertise and resources are shared in this fight. Two, it prioritizes accuracy, efficiency, and innovation in drug detection technologies, including improving reference libraries to ensure no deadly substance escapes detection. Three, Mr. Speaker, it aligns research priorities with specific threats, incorporating not only DEA reports, but also the latest Homeland Threat Assessment to address emerging challenges. And finally, 4, it preserves the authorities of federal agencies managing detection equipment and reference libraries, maintaining a seamless response across departments. These changes reflect the urgency and complexity of the crisis that we as a nation face. This legislation will empower our law enforcement officers, public health workers, and communities by developing cutting-edge technology to detect and intercept dangerous substances, strengthening partnerships between federal, state, and local agencies, and staying ahead of drug traffickers' tactics through innovation and advanced research. This bill is more than just policy. It's a commitment to saving American lives. Mr. Speaker, every overdose prevented means a family spared from grief, a child with a parent, and a community with hope. I want to express my deep appreciation for my good friend Congressman Lou Correa for joining me in championing this important legislation. His steadfast dedication to this cause, as well as Senators John Cornyn, John Ossoff, and Kirsten Sinema's thoughtful contributions to this legislation, is getting this bill over the finish line and onto the President's desk. I also want to thank the many organizations representing law enforcement professionals, public health advocates, and local communities whose input has been invaluable. Mr. Speaker, the clock is ticking and lives are at stake. Let us come together once again to pass the amended Detect Fentanyl and Xylazine Act and send it to the President's desk. Let us give our law enforcement tools that they need, and let us stand with our communities. And let us take a giant leap towards ending this deadly epidemic. Thank you, and I yield.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers. I'm prepared to close when the gentleman from Tennessee is prepared to close. I reserve.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close after the gentleman from New York closes.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Republicans and Democrats alike recognize the challenges facing law enforcement in the detection of dangerous drugs like fentanyl and xylazine. H.R. 8663 is a step in the right direction, and we should send it to the President's desk today. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
I again strongly urge my colleagues to concur in the Senate's amendments to H.R. 8663, and I appreciate the New Yorkers who contributed to this bill, as well as Mr. Correa. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendments to H.R. 8663? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the Senate amendments are agreed to, and without objection, for what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. How long do we have here? From Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1480.
The clerk will... Does the gentleman wish to call up Senate 759?
That is correct.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 759, An act to authorize the National Detector Dog Training Center and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be here to support this bill that we're now debating regarding the National Detector Dog Training Center. This training center serves as an important line of defense in safeguarding America's agricultural and natural resources from harmful pests and diseases. The center in Georgia trains dogs and their handlers to detect prohibited agricultural items like fruits, vegetables, and meats. These dogs and their handlers then serve at many of our border entry points to prevent such prohibited items from coming into our country and spreading dangerous pests and animal diseases that would have just devastating impacts on our domestic production, actually impacting our ability to feed ourselves, resulting in food insecurity, which leads to national security. While this bill simply codifies a training center that has been in existence since 1984, I'm glad to see the center receive the recognition and prioritization it deserves. I'm happy to support this legislation, and that's been supported by Mr. Sanford Bishop, and also appreciate Representative Ferguson's leadership on this bill and bringing it to the floor. And I thank him for his service to Georgia's 3rd Congressional District. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I am proud to rise in support of the Beagle Brigade Act, which is a bipartisan, bicameral bill, the companion of which I led in this chamber with my colleagues, Representatives Drew Ferguson, Dan Kildee, and Adrian Smith. The Senate version, which we consider today, was offered and advanced through the Senate by Senators Warnock of Georgia and Senator Ernst from Iowa. The bill provides authorization for the U.S. Department of Agriculture's National Detector Dog Training Center located in Noonan, Georgia, which is vital to the protection of American agriculture and helps keep foreign animal and plant pests as well as diseases out of our country. The U.S. agriculture sector is a $1 trillion industry constantly under the threat of foreign pests and diseases such as African swine fever, foot and mouth disease, or citrus greening disease that could be introduced through our nation's ports of entry, including airports, harbors, and mail and cargo facilities. Some of these diseases could cost the American economy tens of billions of dollars to contain and eradicate if they are found to be in the country. Agriculture detector dogs, known as the Beagle Brigade, are an important tool in preventing these threats and eradicating them in the event they overcome our safeguards. Our Beagle Brigade is at work every day at customs screening in the airports for flights after returning from abroad, standing by to alert their handlers of contraband food, live animals, or other products that could harbor foreign pests and pose a threat to domestic crops or livestock. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. The brigade is well worth its value. In addition to authorizing the training center, this bill requires a facility to ensure the health and well-being of the dogs under its care and provide opportunities for private adoption of retirement-age trained dogs and dogs that do not complete the training. Detector dogs work their best when they are handled humanely, and establishing this requirement in law would ensure that the facility continues to uphold this expectation. I'm pleased to note that this bill has the support of 50 organizations representing veterinarians, agricultural producers, and animal health groups. On a final note, two of my colleagues who helped lead this bill in the House, Drew Ferguson and Dan Kildee, are retiring, and I'm pleased that we can enact this bill as they conclude their extraordinary tenure in Congress. I urge everyone to vote in support of this bill to help protect America's agriculture and our economy. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Georgia, Congressman Ferguson.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, Mr. Bishop, for those kind words. Those are much appreciated. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1480, the Beagle Brigade Act of 2023. And I was proud to join Representative Bishop in introducing the Beagle Brigade Act, which would provide permanent authorization for the National Detector Dog Training Center located in Newnan, Georgia. The Beagle Brigade Act would permanently authorize the training center to ensure that America's food supply stays protected from potentially devastating foreign pests and diseases. The National Detector Dog Training Center in Georgia's 3rd Congressional District does important work to properly train detector dogs to sniff out prohibited agricultural items in domestic and international trade. I'd also like to thank Senator Joni Ernst and fellow Senator Raphael Warnock from Georgia for their work on Senate Companion Bill S-759. The bipartisan bicameral effort in support of this legislation was important, and I look forward to the Beagle Brigade Act becoming law. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee, such time as he may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend Representative Bishop for yielding and for his work on this legislation. We do a lot of big controversial bills. Sometimes we can actually come together as Democrats and Republicans to get something done that serves the interests and the needs of the American people. This is a good example of that. The Beagle Brigade Act, which I introduced, as has been said, with Representative Bishop, Representative Ferguson, Representative Adrian Smith, will help protect our food supply from foreign pests and disease. The bill authorizes the National Detector Dog Training Center. This center extensively trains detector dogs and their U.S. Customs and Border Protection handlers to sniff out prohibited agriculture items that could carry foreign plant or animal pests and diseases into our country. And as we've seen over the past year, it's critical that we have processes in place to protect our country and our agriculture system from those prohibited products that could introduce pests or disease. Authorizing the United States Department of Agriculture's National Detector Dog Training Center ensures that the U.S. has a critical tool in the fight against foreign pests and diseases that have the potential to devastate all sectors of the agricultural economy. And as Representative Bishop has said, over 50 prominent agriculture, veterinary, and trade organizations support our legislation. The center trains dogs, mostly beagles, hence the name of the bill, our nickname for it, and their handlers to detect prohibited fruits, vegetables, and meats in international passenger, luggage, mailed packages, and vehicles entering the United States. Dogs are selected from animal shelters and rescue groups and private owners, and those that retire from the program or do not complete the training are offered for adoption. I'm glad we've come together to advance this important piece of legislation. As has been said, the most likely path for these dangerous substances coming into our food supply is through those ports of entry. This legislation will have a positive impact in protecting not only public health, but also protecting the industry. And I'm grateful to, back in Michigan, some of the organizations that I've worked with on this, the Michigan milk producers, the Michigan pork producers, the Michigan Farm Bureau. But I'm especially grateful to my colleagues. This is one of the last couple of days that I'll serve in the House of Representatives, as you said. I've been pleased to have good friendships here, and those friendships have developed into the kind of work that we can do together to advance the interests of the American people. Representative Ferguson and I have become very good friends over the years. And Representative Bishop, you and I have a special bond. You helped me through one of my more difficult personal health challenges. I'll always be grateful to you for that and grateful for the opportunity to serve with you. And I'm particularly happy that we're able to put an exclamation point on our joint service together today by seeing this legislation come to the floor, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you again very much, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, I'm just very appreciative to all the members who have provided the leadership on this piece of legislation. I think when folks hear that the name of this bill, they wonder why Congress is dealing with this. And it is, I mean, I kind of like the name, actually, Big Old Brigade, but it's not a laughing matter. It's a serious matter. And I appreciate the thought that it has and the due diligence that has been put into this bill and the construct of it in terms of really meeting the needs of our nation. I mean, it is worth repeating that, the bill would officially authorize the existing National Detector Dog Training Center located in Noonan, Georgia. The center trains detector dogs, mostly beagles, not all beagles, but mostly beagles, and their U.S. Customs and Border Protection handlers to detect prohibited agriculture items like fruits and vegetables and meats that could carry foreign plant and animal pests and disease into the United States. And once that happens, how rapid those could spread can obviously seriously impact commodities within the United States and our agriculture industry, and quite frankly, the health and safety of our citizens. And so dogs and their handlers inspect international passenger baggage, mailed packages, vehicles entering the U.S. Dogs are selected from animal shelters, rescue groups, and private owners, and those that do not complete the training, as well as retirement age trained dogs, are offered for private adoptions. So the dogs are well cared for from beginning to end. The bill would also require the Animal Plant and Plant Health Inspection Service, or APHIS, to prepare a report to Congress no later than 1 year after the date of enactment, including a description of current and emerging pests and disease threats, the role of the center in protecting against those threats, and any recommendations for strengthening that role and the overall center. So as you can see, Mr. Speaker, it is a well-thought-out, comprehensive bill that is really, I think, of strategic importance for our nation. With that, I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I don't think we have any more speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
I'm very, very proud to support the Beagle Brigade Act and to have had the opportunity to work with my colleagues, Representatives Drew Ferguson, Dan Kildee, and Adrian Smith, and to have the support of our senators, Senator Warnock and Senator Ernst from Iowa. This is a vital piece of legislation which protects the American agriculture, and it keeps foreign and animal plant pests, as well as other diseases, out of our country. I think we have done a good day's work today, and I want to commend my colleagues for their joint efforts. And with that, I will yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, once again, thank you for all those who put this bill forward. I think this is just this example of this piece of legislation illustrates why it is commonly said that a dog is a man's best friend. And it really fills an incredible niche here. So before I close, Mr. Speaker, I would ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on Senate Bill 759.
Without objection.
And with that, I urge a yes vote on this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 759? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to call of the Chair. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass Senate 1351, pass Senate 3857, concur in the Senate amendments to H.R. 8663, and pass Senate 759. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 1351, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 1351, an act to study and prevent child abuse in youth residential programs and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 365, the nays are 33. On this vote, the yeas are 370, the nays are 33. On this vote, the yeas are 373, the nays are 33, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass S 3857, on which of the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 3857, an act to take certain land in the state of California into trust for the benefit of the Hmul Indian Village of California and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 369, the nays are 37, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion reconsidered is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, to suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendments to H.R. 8663, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 8663, an act to require the Science and Technology Directorate and the Department of Homeland Security to develop greater capacity to detect, identify, and disrupt illicit substances in very low concentrations. Senate amendments.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendments to H.R. 8663? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. vote. The yeas are 404, the nays are 1. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the Senate amendments are agreed to, and without objection, the motion reconsidered is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 759, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 759, an act to authorize the National Detector Dog Training Center and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. The yeas are 378, the nays are 20. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the Senate amendments are agreed to, and without a On this vote, the yeas are three. The yeas are 381, the nays are 20. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered the first sponsor of H.R. 4864, a bill originally introduced by Representative Gates of Florida for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 and Rule 12.
Without objection. Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on additional motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 9748.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9748, a bill to require the Undersecretary of the Science and Technology Directorate of the Department of Homeland Security to develop a department-wide policy and process to safeguard research and development from unauthorized access to or disclosure of sensitive information in research and development acquisitions and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 9748.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The House will be in order.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise today, Mr. Speaker, in support of H.R. 9748, the Research, Security, and Accountability in DHS Act. The Science and Technology Directorate is the principal of research and development at DHS. In 2022, the DHS Office of Inspector General found that S&T failed to safeguard sensitive information in research and development projects. This bill requires S&T to develop a proper standard for safeguarding sensitive information, which has become especially critical given the heightened activity of our adversaries. I thank the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, for his leadership on this issue, and I'm proud to join him as a co-sponsor. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased that we're here today to consider H.R. 9748, the Research, Security, and Accountability in DHS Act. This legislation aims to improve security policies by requiring the Department of Homeland Security's Science and Technology Directorate to develop a department-wide policy and process to safeguard research and development from unauthorized access to or disclosure of sensitive information in research and development acquisitions. Further, the bill would task the Government Accountability Office with reporting how DHS has compiled the National Science and Technology Council's 2022 implementation guidance and a 2021 National Security Presidential Memorandum related to protecting U.S. research against foreign interference. I am particularly pleased that this legislation includes a briefing to Congress by the Secretary of Homeland Security about the bill's implementation. We've seen time and time again where bad actors have attempted to access sensitive information. This measure will strengthen the department's abilities against those who wish to do us harm. This bill is an important step in ensuring that DHS prioritizes policies and procedures safeguarding research and development. With that, Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 9748 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your support and leadership in the Homeland Security Committee. Today I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 9748, the Research, Security, and Accountability in DHS Act. My grandfather, in his mid-90s, died a proud World War II combat veteran. And one of the things he always told us was to leave the world a little bit better than you found it each day. And from my time serving as an NYPD detective or a chief in the fire service or here in Congress, that has been something I have been committed to. That is why I'm proud of my bill and urge my colleagues to support the Research, Security, and Accountability in DHS Act. As threats against the United States homeland evolve, we must continue to innovate quickly and ensure that our nation's law enforcement officers have the tools and technologies they need to keep our communities safe. Right now, federal research and sensitive technologies are a target for foreign theft, espionage, and influence, and we must ensure that these technologies do not fall into the hands of bad actors. It should come as no surprise that many of the Department of Homeland Security's research and development projects contain sensitive information about the United States' capabilities and vulnerabilities, and it's common sense that the Homeland Security research and development projects should be safeguarded from bad actors. Whether the Department of Homeland Security is working to prevent a terrorist attack, vetting bad actors at the airport, or disrupting transnational criminal organizations at the southwest border, the Department of Homeland Security relies heavily on sensitive research and development projects to keep pace with the evolving threats against this great nation. H.R. 9748, the Research, Security, and Accountability in DHS Act, requires that the Department of Homeland Security Science and Technology Directorate to develop a process that safeguards sensitive information projects across all components of the department to limit unauthorized access to and disclosure of sensitive information. Both the Trump and Biden administration have made federal research security a priority by issuing executive orders and federal research security guidance for government agencies like Homeland Security to follow. However, it is unclear how DHS has complied under Secretary Mayorkas with existing federal guidelines to protect the $461 million worth of research and development projects. That's why my bill will also require the Government Accountability Office to report how Homeland Security has complied with existing federal guidance to protect federally funded research from foreign malign influence, ownership, and control. By passing this common sense bill, we will not only protect sensitive projects throughout the Department of Homeland Security, but will also better protect the American people. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9748 to better safeguard Homeland Security and this great nation, leaving our homeland better than we found it. With that, I yield my time.
Tennessee reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to say that I have no more speakers and that following the gentleman's yielding, close.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and I am prepared to close. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, passage of this legislation is an important step to ensuring DHS research and development capabilities are safeguarded from bad actors. With that, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9748 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9748, and I yield the balance of my time.
It's right here. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9748? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative,
I object to the vote on the grounds that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
All right, pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass House H.R. 8664 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8664, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to direct the Undersecretary for Intelligence and Analysis of the Department of Homeland Security to conduct an annual audit of the information systems and bulk data of the Office of Intelligence and Analysis of the Department and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 8664.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The chairman is recognized.
I rise today, Mr. Speaker, in support of H.R. 8664, the DHS Intelligence and Analysis Oversight and Transparency Act, by the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee. DHS's Office of Intelligence and Analysis, or INA, is required to audit bulk data transferred to or from INA to appropriately limit intrusion into information related to the civil rights and liberties and other privacy concerns of Americans. A recent GAO study found that INA has not implemented guidelines to address this issue. Ms. Lee's bill would amend the Homeland Security Act to require INA to conduct an annual audit and report to Congress on its progress. I thank the gentlewoman from Florida for her common sense legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 8664, the DHS Intelligence and Analysis Oversight and Transparency Act. H.R. 8664 would require the Undersecretary for Intelligence and Analysis at the Department of Homeland Security to annually audit and report to Congress on the information systems and bulk data of the Office of Intelligence and Analysis, or INA. The bill would ensure such systems and data are consistent with oversight guidelines. Last year, at the request of Ranking Member Thompson, the Government Accountability Office issued a report that found that INA is not auditing its information systems and bulk data. Such audits are necessary to ensure, for example, that information pertaining to U.S. persons that is collected, stored, shared, and managed in information systems is protected. The GAO report recommended that the Undersecretary identify who is responsible for conducting the audits of information systems and that the responsible official actually conduct them. This bill would simply codify the recommendations made in the GAO report. I support this common sense legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8664, the DHS Intelligence and Analysis Oversight and Transparency Act. Our public servants must carefully protect the personal information and data of Americans. Unfortunately, time and again, we've seen examples of agencies and bureaucrats who have failed to secure and protect our most sensitive information. A recent report from the Government Accountability Office found that the Department of Homeland Security's Office of Intelligence and Analysis, INA, has not fully implemented oversight guidelines pertaining to bulk data collection activities and has not conducted an audit as outlined in the Intelligence Oversight Guidelines. To ensure transparency and to protect Americans' civil liberties, privacy, and civil rights, my bill, the DHS Intelligence and Analysis Oversight and Transparency Act, will require DHS INA to conduct an annual audit to assess whether access to and searches of Americans' data are appropriately limited and in line with the INA's intelligence guidelines. To further conduct oversight, this bill will require the Undersecretary for Intelligence and Analysis to submit a report to Congress that outlines the findings of every annual audit to ensure transparency for the American people. Americans deserve to know what data and information is being accessed by government agencies. This bill will make sure that entities responsible for conducting audits of information systems and bulk data are carrying out their duties in accordance with INA's intelligence oversight guidelines. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 8864. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill would ensure that DHS's Office of Intelligence and Analysis audits their systems and data, and that personnel follow policies to protect the privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties of United States persons. I thank the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee, for introducing the bill in response to oversight done by Democrats on the committee. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8664, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8664, and I thank Ms. Lee for her hard work on this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8664 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8662.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 533, H.R. 8662, a bill to reduce commuting burdens on Transportation Security Administration employees and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 days, legislative days, in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 8662.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 8664, the TSA Commuting Fairness Act. TSA often struggles to adequately employ enough personnel, and given the high cost of housing near airports, travel time to and from work may be an inhibitor for current and future employees. This bill would require the TSA administrator to conduct a feasibility study to address this issue. I thank my colleague from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for bringing this legislation forward. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, over the next couple of weeks, millions of Americans will travel through our nation's airports for the holidays. Air travel is at an all-time high, with the 10 busiest days in the Transportation Security Administration's history all occurring this year. Throughout this busy travel period, the efforts of TSA employees are critical to keeping the aviation system secure. Transportation security officers, or TSOs, screen travelers as they pass through checkpoints. Federal air marshals provide an in-flight security presence, and canine handlers add an extra layer of security to the system. TSA employees face some unique challenges when commuting to work, however. Many employees find housing they can afford far from the airports, leading to long commutes with limited public transit options and heavy traffic. Upon arrival at the airport, employees often must park in an employee lot and wait on irregular shuttles to bring them to the airport terminal, where they may have to walk a long distance to security checkpoint just to clock in for work. According to the Government Accountability Office, TSOs have reported that just getting from the parking lot to the checkpoint to clock in for work can take as long as 45 minutes. If these hardworking civil servants are just a few minutes late to clock in, they can face discipline and punishment. My bill, the TSA Commuting Fairness Act, would help provide fairer conditions for these employees as they commute to work to secure our transportation systems. This bill would direct TSA to conduct a feasibility study on using mobile phones and location data to allow employees to clock in for work upon arrival at the airport parking lots and bus transit stops. Doing so would reduce commuting costs and improve quality of life for TSA employees, while allowing TSA leadership to manage the workforce appropriately and maintain order and discipline. This study will provide insight for TSA and Congress as we collectively seek innovative ways to recruit and retain top talent to help secure our transportation systems. I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for working with me to develop this legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close after the gentleman from New York closes.
The gentleman reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no more speakers, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as we advance our efforts to recruit and retain a skilled and well-trained workforce to secure our nation's aviation system, we must seek new ways to compete for top talent. Studying ways to address some of the TSA's workforce greatest frustrations will allow TSA to continue to build the workforce it needs to counter evolving threats and keep air travel moving. This bill will push TSA to consider ways to improve the quality of life for its workforce, which will ultimately help our national security. I urge all members to support this measure. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8662, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8662? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
I object to the vote on the grounds that a quorum is not present, and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
So pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S3959.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3959, an act to require the Transportation Security Administration to streamline the enrollment processes for individuals applying for a Transportation Security Administration security threat assessment for certain programs, including the Transportation Worker Identification, Credential, and Hazardous Material Endorsement Threat Assessment programs of the administration and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on S3959.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of S3959, the Transportation Security Screening Modernization Act of 2024, which will streamline the background check and credentialing process for American truck drivers across the United States. Truck drivers are a vital element of the U.S. supply chain that touch every sector of our economy, from the food on your table to the life-saving medicines at the pharmacy to the gas pump. Truck drivers are an essential part of our daily lives that often go overlooked. As it currently stands, truck drivers who transport hazardous materials or require access to secure areas of regulated maritime facilities in the United States must undergo separate background checks for the credentials they need to do their jobs, even though the background checks are the exact same. This bill would streamline credentialing for America's truck drivers by eliminating duplicative background checks administered by the TSA. S3959 will allow truck drivers to apply for and enroll in any security threat assessment program administered by the TSA for the credentials they need based on only one background check, not multiple threat assessment programs. We depend on our truck drivers every day, and I firmly believe that we should make their lives easier by streamlining their credentialing process. I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of the House companion to this bill, H.R. 5840, and am grateful to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, for his leadership in the House, as well as Senator Wicker of Mississippi for bringing forth this important piece of legislation. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, many U.S. truck drivers and other transportation workers must undergo Transportation Security Administration background checks as a requirement for employment. Workers requiring access to secure areas within maritime posts must undergo a background check to receive a Transportation Worker Identification Credential, known as TWIC. Likewise, truck drivers authorized to transport hazardous materials must undergo a background check to receive hazardous materials or hazmat endorsement. In fact, many workers with both a TWIC and a hazmat endorsement, and though TSA has made some progress in reducing requirements for such workers, they are still subject to far too many duplicative burdens and costs. The Transportation Security Screening Modernization Act of 2024 would help eliminate and ease those burdens by streamlining requirements and reducing costs. Importantly, the bill will push TSA and the Federal Bureau of Investigation to allow truck drivers and other individuals to visit a TSA enrollment center once and use their application to enroll in multiple programs. This bill will reduce barriers to employment for these essential workers who are keeping our economy moving. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Louisiana, the sponsor and author of the House version of this bill, Mr. Graves.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is common sense. Why does a patient not go through the same open heart surgery twice? Because you fixed it. You addressed the problem. In this case, if you have someone that's a truck driver, someone that's a port worker, and they have to get a TWIC card, they have to go through a background check. If they also have to get a hazardous materials endorsement, they have to go through a background check. The same background check. Look, Einstein's often quoted with a definition of insanity of expecting a different outcome from the same process. Now, I know that a lot of people have said he didn't really say that, but that's never, ever stopped anyone on the House floor from accuracy has never, ever helped prevent anyone on the House floor from saying something. But the reality is that why would you do it twice? It costs additional money, and it takes additional time to do that. In my home state of Louisiana, 1 in every 5 jobs are tied back to our waterways, 1 in every 5. So if you're going to delay these workers, the availability of workers that impacts our supply chain by making them go through this same process twice, by delaying them months, by costing them additional dollars, it simply doesn't make sense. I want to thank Chairman Mark Green for working with us on this. I want to thank Ranking Member Adam Smith. I want to thank Ms. Titus from Nevada, Mr. Carbajal, and many others that work with us on a bipartisan basis to apply this common sense legislation and fix this problem, help with government efficiency, and get our supply chain back in order. Urge adoption of the legislation and yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, an original co-sponsor of the House version of this legislation.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Chairman Green, Mr. Graves, and all the people who have been involved in this process. It is, as has been described, a very common sense fix that really affects a lot of blue-collar workers. If you work in a job that takes you into secure transportation environments, you are required to go through a very cumbersome process and also pay fees to get the security clearance to do that job. The fees are redundant, the process is redundant, and it is an incredible burden on workers just trying to do their job. And this bill makes a ton of sense, fixes the process, reduces the fees, streamlines the process, is going to make this easier for workers all across the country, and something we need to work on. And in my own world, in the Defense Department, we have a similar problem with security clearances taking forever, and in many cases being redundant. So I hope this is an idea that will spread. We need workers to go to work for us. Yes, we need security, but the process takes too long, it is redundant, and costs too much. I hope this can be an inspiration to fix it. And the last thing I want to say is I first heard about this issue, and I think this is the coolest thing about the piece of legislation, from a constituent, Van Hurst, who was a Teamster and a truck driver at the time, who experienced this process, alerted my office to the problem, and it led to our involvement in this legislation. So now a lot of people say that the system doesn't work, nobody ever listens to us. This is an average constituent, truck driver in my district, had a problem, brought it to us, we worked through the process, and now today we're about to pass the Senate bill, solve the problem, send it off to the President where it will be signed and the problem will be fixed. So for all constituents out there frustrated, irritated, aggravated about all the things that aren't happening, bring your problems to us. We'll do our level best to listen and try to solve them. Doesn't always work. It's a big, complicated democracy, a lot of people with a lot of voices, but it works far more often than people realize. So I'll just close with another shout out to Van Hurst, Teamster from the city of Kent in the 9th Congressional District, brought this to my attention, and we are now working to solve the problem. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, with that, I have no more speakers, and as such, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, TSA's vetting programs are critical to ensuring the security of our nation's transportation systems. At the same time, we must ensure these programs do not place unnecessary burdens on frontline workers. The Transportation Security Screening Modernization Act of 2024 will help reduce these burdens while upholding security. I urge all members to support this measure, and I yield back. the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time, and I too want to thank Mr. Graves and Ranking Member Smith. I urge my colleagues to support S3959, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3959? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House sundry communications.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on December 18, 2024, at 3:15 p.m., that the Senate passed without amendment H.R. 1607, H.R. 1727, H.R. 2468, H.R. 3324, H.R. 4094, H.R. 4385, H.R. 5770, H.R. 6826, H.R. 6843, H.R. 7332, H.R. 9566. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk. The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on December 18, 2024, at 3:15 p.m., that the Senate passed Senate 1097, Senate 1144, Senate 1277, Senate 1299, Senate 3022, Senate 3373, Senate 3502, Senate 3543, Senate 4181, Senate 4576. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk. The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on December 18, 2024, at 3:15 p.m., that the Senate passed Senate 4654, Senate 5005, Senate 5130, Senate 5398, Senate 5575, that the Senate agreed to Senate Concurrent Resolution 44, that the Senate agree to the amendment of the House of Representatives to the amendment of the Senate, H.R. 5009, that the Senate passed without amendment, H.R. 663. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table the concurrent resolution S-Con Res 44 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 44, concurrent resolution directing the Clerk of the House of Representatives to make a correction in the enrollment of the bill H.R. 5009.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House a singular communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to Section 1092B2 of the James N. M. Inhofe National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023, Public Law 117-263, I am pleased to announce the joint appointment, together with the Majority Leader of the Senate, of the Honorable Philemon Vela of Houston, Texas, to serve as co-chairperson of the Commission on the Future of the Navy. Thank you for your attention to this appointment. Signed sincerely, Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic Leader.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Seeing none, under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had the honor, the privilege, to represent the Northeast San Fernando Valley for 28 years. As a state assemblyman, as a city council member, and as a United States Congress member. I grew up in a neighborhood where I was told far too often, you're never going to amount to anything. You want to go to college? Don't even try it. Kids like you from your neighborhood never amount to anything. I heard that countless times, too many times, from too many people. But I'm here to remind anybody and everybody who's ever experienced that kind of negativity, those kinds of lies, that that is just not true. I'm very proud to say that I grew up in a community of hardworking people, a community that most of the families or most of the children are raised by immigrants in my community, just like me. I was raised by immigrants from Mexico, Andres and Maria Cárdenas, who came to this country not for themselves, but for future generations, to have a better life that they were afforded in their hometown of Temastian, Jalisco, Mexico. I'd also like to take this opportunity to say thank you to many people who've been a positive influence in my life and who have given me support in many different ways. I'd like to first thank the voters of my district who voted to elect me in 1996 to be the first person of color, the first Latino to ever represent the San Fernando Valley in any of our capitals. They elected me to be the state assemblyman for a community that was over 80% minority people, in a community where we never had a person of color represent us. They elected me to be the first one. It was an honor that I didn't take lightly. I took it very seriously. And I made sure that my goal wasn't to be the first. My goal was to make sure that I wasn't the last. Again, to the voters of the San Fernando Valley who have given me this responsibility and opportunity by voting me into office for over the last 28 years, I thank you. And I hope and pray that I've done well for all of you. I've tried my best. I've always done my best. I've always listened to you. I've always taken in the issues and try to interpret them the best I can to make sure that all of your lives in the San Fernando Valley are better for it. I'd like to thank my parents, Andres and Maria Cárdenas, and my 10 brothers and sisters for being such positive role models for me, for teaching me how to be good, do good, and give back to our great country and our community. God is good because God gave me 10 older brothers and sisters and 2 parents who stayed together for 48 years until my father passed away, who gave me all the examples I needed. The examples of stick to it. The examples of making sure that when you have ganas, when you want to get something done, do it. And to always think positive, always be positive, always give to others. They taught me faith. They taught me how to respect myself and my community. Those are the examples, not my college degrees. Those are the examples that have allowed me to be an effective legislator for the last 28 years. The core building blocks of what it means and what it takes to be the best that you can be. Not perfect, but the best that one can be. To the community leaders like teachers and counselors and people who passed through my life and put their arm on my shoulder and said, you can do this. You're good enough. Who nurtured me and encouraged me to always do good, to always think positive, to always believe in myself. And again, to those people who choose to say the opposite of that, to young people like I was, to people who grow up in, quote, bad neighborhoods, whatever that means. To the sons and daughters of immigrants whose parents don't even speak English, who raise their children here to love this country, to respect this country, and to honor this country. To the people who don't believe in people like me, like the ones that have passed through my life and told me the lies that you can't do this and you can't do that. Good always prevails over bad. Always. So to young people who have to endure that, I've endured it myself. Don't believe those lies. Believe in yourself. You're better than those who put you down. I'd like to thank the supporters in the community who have volunteered all across our districts, who have always been there to help thy neighbors when we were able to get resources out in the community and we needed help in doing so. Thank you to those community volunteers. And to the supporters in the halls of City Hall, in our state capitol, here in our United States Capitol, thank you so much for encouraging me to be myself and to do the best job that I can for our country and for all people. I have been very blessed to have amazing staff in all of my years in office, 28 years, dozens and dozens of amazing, wonderful people who have a heart for public service. People who put their heart and soul into everything that they do for the people. Smart, talented, and caring people who have served our community and our country with distinction and honor. To all of my staff, thank you for serving. I see you as family, and my family sees you as family as well. I want to also thank my mother-in-law. Yes, my mother-in-law. She loves me like a son. My mother-in-law who came here as a young immigrant, Elvira Delgado Wagner, and my father-in-law, Jesus Luis Sanchez, and my brother-in-laws, Louis and Robert, to my many brothers-in-laws and sisters-in-laws, and my over 40 nieces and nephews. Without you, our family, my wife Norma, and our children may not have been able to do this for this long. I thank all of you for being part of the support system that any and every elected official needs to do this job of public service. I'm eternally grateful to my wife Norma and our children Vanessa, Christian, Andres, and Alina. You have been so supportive and understanding for the past 28 years. To have that weird life of seeing your father go away for 3 or 4 days at a time to the state capitol, to the United States Capitol, being involved in community meetings and community events, yes, even during your birthdays and our anniversaries. Thank you so much for your understanding and your support and your patience. I'd also like to thank my son-in-law, Brian De La Rosa, and also our 2 beautiful grandchildren, Joaquin and Jimena. How blessed I am to be a husband, a father, a grandfather, to have so many beautiful family members that I can count on, that have always supported me in a loving, beautiful way. Next to me is a picture of my wife, Norma, about the time that I met her. You might say, wow, I know why he fell in love with her. The beauty
that my wife Norma exudes is far more beautiful is what she has inside. So understanding, so supportive, so tolerant of me. 32 years married, and I'm grateful for every day. Being an elected official is a difficult job. I would say for family members of full-time elected officials like us, members of Congress, being a family member of an elected official is harder. As elected officials, people praise us more than they should, perhaps. People laugh at our jokes. People tell us nice things. But our family members don't necessarily receive that praise or that acknowledgement. I'm not just speaking for myself. I think I speak for all of us who are elected, who do our job willingly, who do our job as it's supposed to be done with 100% of effort. And let me tell you, you will never hear an elected official say, my family comes first. I've said it, and I mean it. But when you actually consider who sacrifices the most, not having their father, their mother with them, their brother, their sister, their husband, their wife, who's the elected official, what they endure, I believe, is more. I've been blessed. Blessed to be elected in a community that did not see themselves in their elected officials. And today, more of us do in the Northeast San Fernando Valley. When I got elected in 1996, one of my core missions was to break that glass ceiling, to be the first person of that community, from that community, who went to those public schools, who tripped on those broken sidewalks, who drove over those potholes and felt forgotten, to get elected to office and to fill those potholes and fix those cracks and make those schools better and build new schools. Those are the things that I've been able to help achieve for our community over the last 28 years. And I made it my personal mission that wherever I went, I would identify with good people who wanted to be good public servants and help them get elected, starting with my own community. I helped a young man, an amazing young man. Alex, I met him when he was 21 years old. Somebody was telling me, Tony, you need to run for the state assembly. And I said, Alex, if I run for the state assembly, will you run my campaign? I didn't know anything about campaigns. He said, neither do I, but let's do this. When I decided to run, I made him my campaign manager. He had never run a campaign before in his life. The district was 450,000 people. Not an easy task, but we took it on. As two people who grew up in Pacoima, two kids who were both told by the same math teacher 10 years apart from one another. When I told my math teacher that I got accepted to the University of California, Santa Barbara, to be an electrical engineering student, he laughed in my face, told me, you can't cut it, don't even try it, they'll eat you alive. Try community college, maybe you can handle that. 10 years later, when Alex Padilla got selected to go to MIT, the #1 engineering university in the world, he got accepted. That same math teacher told him, you can't cut it. That young man, Alex Padilla, got elected to the LA City Council, became the first Latino council president of the city of Los Angeles, and the second youngest, actually the youngest council president in the history of Los Angeles. And later on went on to be our state senator for our community and served 2 terms. And then went on to be the Secretary of State, the first Latino Secretary of State in California history. and served his 2 terms there. And one day, he got the call from our governor of California and was asked, will you accept my appointment to be our United States Senator for California, to fill the vacancy that Kamala Harris left when she became our first woman Vice President of the United States? With tears in his eyes, he said yes. The reason why Alex Padilla was brought to tears is because when the governor asked him if he would take on that responsibility, if he would accept that responsibility, he said, Mama Padilla is what I called Alex's mother. He said, what would your mother think of you becoming United States Senator? He thought about the sacrifices that his mother made, who cleaned homes for a living. The career that his father had, being a short order cook, to raise their 3 children. And he said, yes, I accept. He has since been elected to the U.S. Senate twice. I'm so proud of him. The young man who grew up just a couple of blocks away from me, who endured the same lies that I had to endure from teachers and others who didn't believe in him and didn't believe in me. And unfortunately, that too many of those people don't believe in many of us. They don't believe enough of us to think that we can do what we've been elected to do, to be community leaders, to be national leaders, to make decisions that affect every American citizen and beyond. Every time I've been termed out of office, or every time I've chosen at like this time to no longer run for that position, State Assembly, City Council, and now Congress, as I retire from Congress, I've always chosen someone to consider running in my former position. And every single time it's been a woman, a Latina, who grew up in the same community that I grew up in, that Alex Padilla grew up in. And on every occasion, they've done a much better job than I. I'm proud of that track record. To be a true public servant, one has to realize it's not about me, it's about we. It's about the community, uplifting the community, bringing out the best in oneself and each other, bringing out the best in our community. When I met my wife, Norma, she looked like the first picture. And she is more beautiful today. I can't take credit for raising our beautiful 4 children. She can. She says, no, 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 it wasn't me. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Taking care of the family when I'm away too much. Making sure that when our children cried, there was a shoulder to cry on. Making sure that when it was time to take them to the hospital or to the doctor, she did that. Not me. She gave me the space to be the best representative that I can be. And she shouldered the burden of being the mother to our children and fill in the gaps when I couldn't be there. As in this picture, as you can see, she's wearing a cap and gown. All while doing that, she actually went to school. And she achieved her goals in many areas. She has run her own business, many times sacrificing her own business to make sure that she didn't leave the family out, or that she made sure that she was there for them when I couldn't be there. Oftentimes when we think of the people who are closest to us, we take it for granted. How much they support us, how much they give of themselves, how much they give to others. I just wanted to make sure that before I leave Congress, before I no longer can express what I feel I need to express on the House, in these chambers, because when I'm no longer a member of Congress, I'm not allowed to come and speak from the podium, to speak from that microphone. Only current members of Congress are allowed to do that, as it should be. So I would be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to say thank you to so many people, to say thank you to my family members, to say thank you to my staff, to say thank you to the people who cared for me and loved me enough to teach me and mentor me, to help me be the person that I am today. I never cared to be the best. I always make sure that I focus on doing the best that I can achieve, to do the best job that I can. I feel good about my career. People remind me now and then, they said, remember when you did this and remember when you did that. And many times I actually put it so far back in my mind that I'm like, wow, I did do that, didn't I? We did achieve that. I hope that what I do in the future can give me this much satisfaction of knowing the difference that we were able to make in these chambers, in City Hall, in our state capitol. But I feel confident that I'm going to be happy because God has blessed me with beautiful children, beautiful grandchildren, amazing family members, and the most beautiful woman I've ever met, the most beautiful woman in the world, my wife, Norma. I hope that she can put up with me being around more often. When I hear from my friends who have retired, once in a while they hear from their wives when they retire, or their partner, don't you have somewhere to be? I can understand if my wife Norma says that to me. I hope she doesn't, but if she does, I can understand. She comments sometimes that being married to an engineer can be difficult. I know. I know what she means. Again, I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you to all the people who choose the life of being an elected official. Thank you. I want to say thank you to all of the people in my life who have helped me become an elected official, to be an elected official for 28 years, staff, friends, family, voters, everyone. It's been an honor. It's been a privilege. My interpretation of that is I think that I receive a lot of love from all of you. That's how I interpret it. I love you too. Thank you for giving me this honor. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields under the Speaker's. We're good. Yep. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lopez, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material in the topic of the special.
Without objection. But unnecessary.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House of Representatives and my fellow Americans, lend me your ear. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Since 1776, the people of this great nation have bestowed the responsibility of fulfilling that declaration and setting the course of the future of our nation in the collective hands of Congress, which is comprised of both members of the United States House of Representatives and members of the United States Senate. And since that time, every member willingly raises their hand and publicly makes that sacred pledge to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, both foreign and domestic. It is my belief that the American people look for the principles of respect, collaboration, friendship, unity, and statesmanship in every member of Congress. I encourage all members of Congress to subscribe to and remember this quote from Henry Ford. Coming together is a beginning. Staying together is progress. But working together is success. The issues our nations face today are not Republican or Democrat issues. They are people issues. One issue I've repeatedly highlighted during my time here has been our national debt and the broken way in which Congress, both Democrats and Republicans, continue to support reckless spending. Spending the people's money irresponsibly has created a $36 trillion national debt, which grows by $1 trillion every 100 days. The $1 trillion national debt equates to $107,594 per person, $272,546 per household, and $493,233 per child. Quite frankly, it's an embarrassment and it needs to stop. Something must be done. I join the millions of Americans who pray that on January 20th, the President and the 119th Congress will seriously focus on the budget crisis and make the right decisions to remove this heavy burden off the backs of hardworking people of this great nation and the backs of our children. I thank my good friend Jody Arrington, Chairman of the Budget Committee, and my friends on the committee for sounding the alarm and for their efforts to help right this ship. Mr. Speaker, this evening, I rise for the last time in this hallowed chamber to bid my farewell. Even though my time here pales in comparison to the joy I find in family and faith, I proudly say that being among you all has been more than an honor. It's been a privilege. Yes, this place has its problems, but it has so much worth celebrating. I've made friends across the aisle and gotten to know a few of you through the early morning congressional football practices or prayer groups. I've been blessed to know and learn from intelligent, loyal, and long-suffering staff that guided me through my journey. I've spoken on the House floor about issues that matter to the people of Colorado's 4th Congressional District, also known as the Eastern Plains of Colorado. On January 2nd, my 6-month term as a sitting member of Congress will come to an end. In just 6 months, my staff here in D.C. and I have passed H.R. 9714 out of the Budget Committee, introduced a common-sense red card bill that would allow immigrant workers to remain in our labor force, introduced legislation that would place the national debt on every federal voting ballot, highlighted and advocated for important local issues, presided over the House floor, played in the congressional football game, drew national attention to the dangerous Tren de Aragua apartment takeover in Aurora, Colorado. I joined the Doge Caucus and worked as a constructive member of the Republican Caucus to support common sense legislation that will help families in Colorado. From July 21st to December 15th, 147 days, my district staff back in Colorado have closed 401 cases, had 58 walk-in appointments, referred 1,116 constituents calls for further help, helped 21 constituents with grant requests, helped return $564,760 back to constituents with $3,914 yet to be deposited into individual accounts, for a total of $4,478,760 total dollars, or better yet, $30,468 a day. I recommended 52 individuals to the military academies. They assisted me in traveling to all 21 counties of the 4th Congressional District at least twice within the last 5 months. Arriving in Congress hasn't or wasn't a high point, and leaving isn't a low point either. It's life. You see, I describe my short time in Congress as that of a foreign exchange student. I arrived in July during the middle of the year, so I missed the yearbook pictures. No one knew me, so both sides of the aisle liked me, and I will not be coming back next year. As a veteran, I describe my time here as a TDY, or better known as a temporary duty assignment. And now it is time to return home. Mr. Speaker, I treasure Lisa, my wife, my children Michael and Christina, my service in the Air Force, and my Lord more than any amount of time in Congress. I'm proud to define my life by serving to my Lord, my family, the armed forces, and now to the people of Colorado's 4th Congressional District. To my wife, Lisa, I want to thank you for joining me in this unexpected and unbelievable opportunity of serving in Congress. Having you by my side every day here in D.C., along with your support, encouragement, and love, has made the hours in travel, the early mornings in briefings, the afternoons in meetings, the evenings with receptions, studying memos, and racing to late-night votes, made it both productive and bearable. You are my soulmate and my rock. I love you more than you will ever know. To my son Michael and my daughter Christina, I love you both, and I hope that I have made you both proud. One day, I hope to bring my grandkids here. We'll fly into Reagan Airport and fight through the afternoon traffic. I'll point out the ever-ending construction on Cannon and lead the little ones to the statutory hall before walking through the tunnels and eventually heading up at Rayburn's 4th floor where my office was. There, I'll hold them close and say that their granddaddy was a part of this. I'll say that government for and by the people isn't an abstraction, it's in their bloodline. I speak of generations because that is what the government is for, to protect, preserve, and pass along a legacy for our children. At the end of my oath of office, I bound myself to my pledge by saying, "So help me God." He has indeed helped me the same way that he has shepherded and guided this still young nation. As I prepare to depart, I'm reminded of my parents, Gregorio and Victoria Lopez. They taught me the value of hard work, laboring in the fields under the Texas sun. When the day was over, the foreman would come out and yell, "Ya vámonos, ya acabamos de trabajar," which translated means, "Let's go, our work is done." Then my parents would finish up and head home. Now, Colorado is calling me home, and I must answer. My work here is done, and I now depart. With immense gratitude to God, my family, Colorado's 4th Congressional District, the friends I've made here, my staff, and its institution, I bid you all a fond farewell. In my story, this is just a chapter, and every chapter ends. And that's for the best, because you can see what happens next. Mr. Speaker, I yield back for the final time.
The gentleman yields back for the final time. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, for 30 minutes. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we learned late this afternoon that the Republican leadership of this House has derailed the important appropriation bills to fund the government of the United States for the fiscal year that actually began October 1st. So it's been delayed for months and months, and now today, with legislation ready to move, again, the Republican leadership has failed the people of the United States. Why did they do this? The incoming administration, that has not been sworn in yet, called and asked them to shelve the funding of the government of the United States for the fiscal year of 2025, which, as I say, began on October 1st. Now, why did they do that? All the members were here on both sides of the aisle. We were ready to vote. We'd done the work. I serve on the Appropriations Committee. We've worked for well over a year to put 12 bills together that should have been presented to this chamber one at a time, starting back last June. Well, they say they want to talk. They want to talk with Congress about the debt ceiling. Surely, this is a joke. Here are the facts, and here is a great chart. Numbers don't lie. The President-elect Trump, in his last term, had tax cuts passed to millionaires and billionaires that has already added $2 trillion to the over $30 trillion U.S. debt. We're going to add up numbers tonight, simple numbers. So $2 trillion from the first term, and that adds up even more every year. There's more to come, folks. The tax cuts provided by a predecessor of his, George Bush II, those tax cuts have already added $8 trillion to the U.S. debt. Those benefits went to billionaires again and millionaires, not to the middle class or working people. And there's more debt to come because those tax cuts haven't expired. So just with the past Trump administration and the Bush II tax cuts, we're talking about almost a third of the accumulated debt of the country, and that number's right up here. 36 trillion in U.S. debt. Interesting where it's coming from. Bush II, his wars added another 8 trillion as part of that 36 trillion in military spending to the debt, but it wasn't paid for. Okay? Just these three Republican gouges of the federal purse total 18 trillion of the 30 trillion. That's accumulated debt on the current generation and future generations. But it's not over. Republicans again cuddled up to Wall Street, causing the horrid recession of 2008. That cost a minimum of 3 trillion more of the 36 trillion to bail out America where it could be bailed out. That was a total disaster, that recession. The average African American citizen of our country who owned a home, they lost half their accumulated wealth because so many families lost their dwellings. If you were Hispanic American, you lost about 30% of those folks lost their homes. And the rest of the country, about 20% of their accumulated wealth. That was a horrible, horrible, horrible meltdown of the economy, but again, added 3 trillion to the accumulated debt. Now we hear one of the people on the phone to the leadership of this House, Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, is trying to strangle the U.S. government, in other words, not pass the appropriation bills, to grow his monopoly power. He already has contracts from the Department of Defense, from NASA, and what is he interested in doing? Even gaining more control over the production of 3 things: electric vehicles, space-based communication, and commercial and military rockets. How much is he going to add to the accumulated debt? Folks, this is not a pretty picture. The middle class and working people of this country have to stand up to these billionaires and millionaires strangling the U.S. Treasury and causing raids in the future on the accumulated wealth of the American people, particularly in our Social Security and Medicare accounts, the food and agricultural programs which are being held up because this body is being held back by people who haven't been sworn in yet from doing its job. Environmental cleanup? Forget about that. There's not going to be money for that. And so many critical programs to the working people of the United States. So numbers don't lie. Forget politics. Just look at the raw figures. We have a lot of accounting to do in this chamber to the American people for the chaos attending those that hold the gavel. And they better bring that bill to the floor tomorrow. The American people have been waiting for far too long. And frankly, they shouldn't be paid. If you can't bring the bill to the floor, you shouldn't be paid. I want to turn to another subject, and this regards the Army-Navy football game that was broadcast, about a week ago. For spectators watching the Army-Navy football game, the moments can be exhilarating. From either their seats in the stands or couches at home, spectators can enjoy the thrill of the game. Meanwhile, the teams on the field put their grit and mettle to the test. The trials of the gridiron are often compared to the rigors demanded of our young soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and guardians in uniform. There may be similarities in teamwork, but believe me, ultimately, playing football does not compare to the sacrifices demanded of our service members in combat, including, for some, the last measure of full devotion. Our nation is protected by our military's patriots, whose motto is, "We are your defense." The veterans in our family have fought for our nation for over a century and a quarter. Most of them did not play football. All were hard workers, dedicated to service and deep patriots of the United States of America. Our Uncle Tony, who served in the Office of Strategic Services under Lieutenant General Joseph Stilwell, remarked that service in his lifetime meant kill or be killed in the lethal China, Burma, and India theater as U.S. soldiers parachuted into those killing fields and ultimately built what is called the Burma Road. Our father's oldest brother, Stepan, deployed into combat under Woodrow Wilson as a Marine against the Bolsheviks' civil war after World War I. He was sent to northern Russia in the Arctic, where frigid 40-degree below-zero temperatures and remote conditions took their toll. As Marines deployed to Archangel and Vladivostok to fight the Bolsheviks. That ultimately resulted in a civil war. The Red Army was victorious, sadly, and almost all those who served in our family on both sides, both our mother and our father's sides, have been combat veterans for this country, going back a century and a quarter. For my part, as a senior in high school, I dreamed of attending the United States Air Force Academy to serve my country. But in those days, my application was rejected because I was a woman, and thank goodness that has changed. But despite this rejection, I maintain my interest in our national security by now serving as a senior member of the House Appropriations Defense Subcommittee. And that's another reason that the leadership of this House should not hold up the appropriation bills. The defense funding for 2025 is in that bill. The work of defense ensures our men and women in uniform are supplied with the resources required to protect American interests at home and abroad. So as I watched the publicity around the Army-Navy game, I realized I could not recall any veterans in President Donald Trump's family. Could I possibly be correct? I began to consider how someone with no or few veterans in their family would think about selecting advisors on such weighty questions as defense, war, and peace. We must hope that these appointees being considered will be outstanding intellects and experienced leaders. This is America's tradition as the greatest fighting force on earth. Top leaders must have exemplified lives of integrity, a serious commitment to military service, a deep knowledge of history, command of contemporary world events, and a record of managing a very large, complex organization. The Defense Department's mission is to provide the military forces needed to deter war and ensure our nation's security. Accomplishing this mission is anything but simple. It requires the dedicated work and leadership of around 2.3 million troops, 2,300,000 troops, and civilian employees with an annual operating budget at the Department of Defense of nearly $900 billion. The individual appointed to lead this department must be highly capable, mentally, physically, emotionally, to lead these brave men and women while managing the vast means to move the levers of military might and national security. Historically, our nation has appointed individuals with the background and aptitude commensurate with the demands of this office. Those who rise to the role of Secretary of Defense are cut from a special cloth. For example, at a turning point in history, Americans such as General George Marshall, one of my heroes without question, served President Truman in shaping the new post-World War II alliance with our allies. Marshall's selfless patriotism, oh my, he was one of a kind, and superior military and diplomatic experience built the foundational alliances that still guard liberty today here at home and abroad. Truman, who integrated the U.S. military, called Marshall the architect of victory in World War II. Marshall spent most of his life, 49 years, devoted to America's defense. Another example of a great defense leader was James Forrestal, the first Secretary of Defense under the Truman administration, who served from 1947 to 1949. He played a defining role in reorganizing our military to meet the requirements of a post-World War II landscape under the National Security Act of 1947. That's when the UN was just being founded. There was a lot of imagination and intellect that went into creating the institutions for liberty following that most costly of our wars after the Civil War. Forrestal previously worked for the Secretary of the Navy, handling extensive contracts and legal affairs, and built his office into an efficient organization. He had served as the Secretary of Navy in 1944, guiding our Navy through World War II and the difficult years of demobilization following the surrender of Imperial Japan and its rebuilding. His service set a very high standard for leading our brave men and women in uniform to maintain the security of our nation. During the Eisenhower administration, Charles E. Wilson led a major internal reorganization and implemented the new look defense concept that elevated strategic air power and modernized the reserve forces. Wilson brought to the Defense Department his experience as president of General Motors, one of our greatest industrial companies, and his direction of the country's defense production effort during World War II. Remember, we entered that war without sufficient weaponry and armaments. President Franklin Roosevelt recognized his personal commitment and expertise by awarding him the U.S. Medal of Merit for his efforts to create and manage the arsenal of democracy. After selling his stock in General Motors to avoid a conflict of interest, he used his experience to ensure that the Department of Defense managed its budget in a manner that aligned national security and economic prosperity. A more recent example, Robert M. Gates is the only Secretary of Defense in U.S. history to be asked to remain in that office by a newly elected president. He served presidents of both political parties. Prior to his appointment as Secretary of Defense, Gates served in the Central Intelligence Agency for 27 years and was the only career-level officer to rise from entry-level employee to director. Imagine that. During 9 of those years, he served on the National Security Council for 4 presidents. That is seasoning. He also served as president of what was at the time our country's 7th largest university, Texas A&M. George Herbert Walker Bush appointed Gates as his Secretary of Defense in 2006, and President Obama requested that he remain in that position. His background gave him expertise in special intelligence, the management of large organizational budgets, and foresight, and he devoted 31 years of his life in service to our nation. During my own service, I've had the privilege of serving in Congress with many individuals who rose to the position of Secretary of Defense. These include Leslie Aspin of Wisconsin, Leon Panetta of California, and Dick Cheney of Wyoming. Though their views differed widely, they were respected as stable, broadly competent, and knowledgeable in defense and international affairs. In contrast to these individuals, Caspar Weinberger serves as a cautionary tale of the importance of maintaining a strong moral compass in one of our nation's most critical positions. He served as Secretary of Defense during the Reagan administration, and during his tenure, he worked with Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North and Robert McFarlane to make a secret agreement to send anti-tank missiles and other military equipment to Iran in hopes of securing the release of U.S. hostages. Despite raising concerns on the legality of this agreement, his actions were nonetheless critical to enabling the sales to occur. This debacle, the Iran-Contra affair, would become synonymous with political hubris, government incompetence, and dishonesty. The Secretary of Defense is a position of great power. With great power comes great responsibility. The American people have a right to expect that their Secretary of Defense will have the experience, aptitude, and integrity of character to take the helm of the world's strongest military with a steady hand. This is even more important now as our nation faces a growing spiderweb of tyranny: Russia, Iran, China, and North Korea, causing instability in the Middle East, the Korean Peninsula, and in European nations that require working in concert with our allies to protect the foundations of democracy itself. The President-elect must ask the hard question: is Mr. Pete Hegseth, the current nominee for Secretary of Defense, the most experienced and capable choice to lead our Department of Defense during this contemporary era, a most complex period? His experience appears to consist of running two small veterans organizations, both of which reportedly fell into significant debt, and working in public relations as a weekend co-host of a morning cable news program. Yes, he served in the military as a junior to mid-grade officer, for which America and I thank him. However, I cannot help but note the disparity between leading a platoon of 50 soldiers or an organization of less than 60 individuals compared to leading a department of over 2 million men and women. He has also said publicly that women should not serve in combat. This is 2024, not 1964. Nearly 20% of the U.S. military is comprised of women. President Harry Truman, on July 12, 1948, signed the bill into law that permitted women to enlist from ages 18 to 35. The American people rightly expect that our men and women in uniform will conduct themselves according to the highest standards of ethics and integrity. I have heard that Mr. Hegseth wishes to reclaim the title of the War Department for our Department of Defense, changing the title. I do not agree with him. Why? After World War II, which set the stage for modern international relations, it is my understanding that the term War Department was dropped because the U.S. did not want to be seen as the enforcer of global security. Rather, the term defense was used in recognition of the fact that other nations had been invited into a fraternity of democratic countries that would form NATO, the mutual self-defense pact of trusted allies that forms a powerful defensive shield among free nations. In addition, respected alliances were negotiated with the Virgin Islands, the Philippines, the Northern Mariana Island, Hawaii until it became a state, Guam, and American Samoa. Proposals to change the name of the U.S. Department of Defense would be subject to very serious congressional review and debate. Current threats to the United States and liberty-loving people require military alliances that can counter and defeat willful aggression by rogue states. The Secretary of Defense is in a critical position that requires a sacred trust, especially the trust of our brave service members, that they will be led capably, the trust of our nation, that we will maintain the security of the American people, and the trust of our allies and partners that America will continue to stand strong as a shield of freedom and liberty for all. The consequences of betraying that sacred trust are both dire and lasting. We must choose wisely. Mr. Speaker, I have one final topic this evening on the question of American energy independence, which is so vital to our domestic security and our international security. We well know when the United States became dependent on imported oil, we fell into deep recession during the 1970s, and we spent the last half century trying to catch up to become energy independent here at home in perpetuity. It is a major objective for the safety and security of our people, and we're making great progress. With the radiant lights above us here in the chamber tonight, I am here to speak about that force that illuminates every facet of our daily lives, energy. And not just any energy, but American energy. Energy infuses life into our nation. Energy powers our homes. Energy fuels our industries. And energy safeguards our independence. My message is clear. Our nation must aim forcefully toward American energy independence in perpetuity. In Northwest Ohio, you don't have to look far to see the embodiment of an all-encompassing energy strategy. From the majestic wind turbines that dot our western agricultural basin landscape, especially in the agricultural regions, to our premier domestic solar manufacturing companies, to the advanced nuclear and hydrogen future we imagine, our region is a living testament to the strength and potential of our skilled technician and industrious inventors. America can't and shouldn't play the piano with just one key. We need every key on the energy board. Oil and gas, wind, solar, hydrogen, thermal recovery, biofuels, advanced nuclear, and systems yet to come. Energy is essential and innovative. It creates high-paying jobs in multiple energy sectors, ensuring the lights stay on for energy and power systems and allow our holiday trees to sparkle a little brighter. Energy allows families to gather in warm homes, baking holiday treats and making good memories. Over the last 4 years, our nation has made enormous strides toward energy independence. We are increasing energy production across all sectors. In 2023, the United States set all-time records for both crude oil production and natural gas exports. But as time goes on, those resources will diminish, and we simply must invent our way forward to be energy independent forever. This is not easy, but it is the struggle we are in. At the same time, renewable energy production continues to grow, and this is a shocking statistic, with close to wind and solar power now contributing close to 15% of our electricity. That's just in modern history, and we have a long way to go. These technologies are revolutionizing our accomplishment of energy independence at the start of this 21st century's new energy age. Yet as we make strides in energy diversity and security, we face new political whims that mustn't threaten to derail the progress we've made. Politics should never jeopardize the security of the American people or play games with energy independence. We must keep our pedal on the metal, pushing forward, not backward. To the new administration in Washington, I say, embrace an all-of-the-above energy policy. Leave no sector behind. Clean energy is not a dirty word. We must maintain a balanced portfolio to ensure American energy independence going far into the future. The farm bill that has been held back by the leadership of this House that we could pass this week has a special section that is built into it, and that includes the continuing resolution that it's a part of, and E15 inclusion for our country in perpetuity. It's just magnificent as we try to use every key on the piano to help our country produce new, good jobs in the energy sector, and one that uses all of our talents. Come to Northwest Ohio. See firsthand how a comprehensive energy strategy operates. See the innovation and dedication that fuel our community and our country. We are inventing the future. Just this week, the village of Pioneer in Williams County, Ohio, has shown remarkable vision and determination to harness the power of clean energy with new funding announced for a solar field. Through a $10.5 million federal loan from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Pioneer will deliver tangible benefits for Northwest Ohio residents, including lower energy costs, strengthening infrastructure, and promoting energy independence for decades to come. I commend the pioneer community leadership in pursuing this opportunity to power its future with better and lower costs through renewable energy. Northwest Ohio is the solar capital of America, and I encourage other communities across our region to follow the pioneering lead of Pioneer Ohio in building solar fields that can harness the renewable energy of the sun that shines bright over our region. Let's not throttle down on American progress in any sector. Instead, let's do what America does best, invent the future and adapt to changing conditions. Let's accelerate energy innovation. Let's champion it. Let's support it and propel it into the future. We have a duty to safeguard our energy independence, to ensure security so that every American family, community, and business can continue to thrive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the House will stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair. I just like doing that.